Okay, I have about 9 o'clock. It looks like sort of a light turnout so far. But I will start on the dockets. State versus Stephanie Donato.
Your Honor, counsel's present. She is in custody. That is a contested sentencing hearing today.
Okay.
Your Honor, that's actually for Mr. Thornton. I'm not sure if the court knows, but there is a massive traffic jam on 181 right now. And so, he will be on shortly to deal with the Donato matter.
Is it traffic collisions or do you know?
I believe it was the traffic light right where that gas station is that goes up towards Lavernia.
775? Okay.
Yes, I believe so.
That would do it. Jamie Lee Hawkins.
Your Honor, this was a monitor ISF. There was amended orders that were originally signed last week. He's supposed to report to probation and get taken into custody.
He's not present, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll mark him no show and I'll recall. All right, Donato is still in custody. Jesse Coronado.
Your Honor, I'm working that case with Mr. Powers. Mr. Coronado is in custody. We were set for a plea today, Your Honor. There's still things that we're trying to work out. There are other cases involved. So I would ask if we could get just another 30 days to get everything finalized.
Okay, yes, just get with the coordinator on those dates.
Yes, Your Honor.
Natasha Perez, first appearance. She at probation by any chance? All right, that's
Your Honor, she's not here.
sort of an old case for a first appearance. Was she just picked up recently or does anyone know?
I can check.
No show. Christopher Guzman.
Your Honor, this was a case from last week with Mr. Lambert. It was originally supposed to be a PTD violation and then a subsequent plea. However, when he got picked up, it was on a new charge. Mr. Lambert has some additional information as to where the defendant is today.
Your Honor, his family contacted me last week. They bonded him out of custody and have placed him in a rehab center. I've sent the information to Mr. Lamb. I've got notification that he should be in there until...
Mr. Lambert, I never got anything, just FYI.
Oh, I thought I sent it to your email. I have it on my email. He's in a last resort recovery center in Smithville, and they're claiming he'll be in there until December 6th. Let me double check on that, Kenny. But I'm just asking for a reset. We're still waiting on the 3rd degree labs, I believe Kenny is, and
I can also... And we can talk over the phone about other things.
Okay, I'll let you, Mark, you confirming.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mario Quintanilla.
He's in custody, Your Honor. Mr. Gear, this was a case that we were set for a bond reduction hearing today.
All right. Gregory Allen Reyes.
This is actually a PTD, excuse me, Your Honor. Mr. King Dawes has the documentation for PTD. He was supposed to have the defendant get all that filled out and turned in.
Okay, I'll recall. Mr. Gear and Ms. Biggs are just Cole Peters.
He was a no-show this morning.
Kenneth Escamilla Cruz.
Yes, Judge. I was speaking with Miss Biggs. I saw she just came on. I was going to chat with her at some point in time about what possibly to do with this situation.
Okay. Is he in custody? Is he present?
He is not in custody. I spoke with him this morning, and I believe that he's very, very, very poor. And so I think that he's trying to find a location that allows him to video in. That's what he's trying to do, is to make the video work. But he has to find somebody that has an internet connection.
All right. I'll mark him no show for the time being. Recall. Jesse Coronado.
Same announcement as page 1, Your Honor.
Same announcement, Your Honor.
Mario Bravo.
Your Honor, I'm here on Mr. Bravo's behalf. I believe Philip Lambert is also listed on the docket, but he should be substituted out.
I've
that
signed
case.
that documentation, Mr. Rodriguez, as well as sent all my discovery to your assistant, I believe, a
Thank
few weeks ago.
And I spoke with Mr. Bravo just 5 minutes before the meeting, and he told me he'd be logging on. I don't know that I see him on here. Can I give him a call? He might be having technical issues trying to log on.
Yes, I'll mark him no show for the time being.
Thank you.
Chase Renee Hall. This is a nice sign in September. Right. No show. Wendy Michelle Van Natter.
I did get her interviewed. She sent me a request from Bear County Jail. And I did appoint an attorney to her and
Yes,
sent
Mr.
her
King
the
does.
information.
Okay, is she still in Bear County, do we think?
I think so, yes, sir. She was going to be there a while.
Sir, I have this reset to 11:12.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Gerardo Segundo.
That was a no-show this morning.
Trey Olvera.
He did call me this morning, and I did appoint Mr. Cabanas, and I did email him as well.
All right, but he's not here.
No, sir, I gave him a reset court date of 11/12.
Okay. 11:12.
Yes, sir.
Stephen Bell.
That was a no-show as well.
Jennifer Arwijo.
That was a no-show as well.
Daryl Gonzalez.
Sir, we have that he retained an attorney, Shannon Lake, on the 2nd, which was yesterday,
Right.
and reset to 11:12.
All right, on the ads. Jacob Zamora is present. I've seen him. Mr. Nitz online. I don't see him. Mr. Zamora, have you heard from your attorney? You're muted.
So sorry, Your Honor. Sir,
Go
can
ahead.
you hear me?
Yes.
I talked to Mr. Nitz Friday to let him know, and he said that he had gotten no notifications about the court hearing today. But
He has, sir. I will resend it.
Okay, what is this set for?
Your Honor, Mr. Zamora has a motion to revoke that we had set for a sentencing hearing on December the 4th, and we're doing it by Zoom. Due to that, we are trying to we filed a motion to compel the defendant's fingerprints so that we can get things lined up for that hearing.
Okay. All right, I'll mark defendant present. We'll get Jason Nitz here. Edward Broche.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Broich is in custody, and that's set for a plea today. Unfortunately, I was on my way to go do the paperwork with him, and I'm sitting on the side of the road with a flat tire right now. So I'd ask the court's patience, or ask for a reset to maybe the 12th or the first available date. Otherwise,
The 12th is fine if that's what you want. Is he being released after the plea?
no, sir. It's for time.
All right. Set him for 11:12. I'm going to ask you to send that to me in chat with the cause number, his name, and the date. And
Yes,
that'll
sir.
be your record and my record of what we set.
Thank you very much. That'd be used after I do that.
Yes, sir. Justin Peacock, Mr. Vargas.
Your Honor, that was supposed to be an amendment of the probation agreement. They went y'all the MTR, and give him ISF. I'm just waiting for probation to get the paperwork signed with them. I'm not sure if it's been done yet.
Your Honor, he didn't want to sign the paperwork. That's why he was set back on the docket today.
Okay, I will go talk to him today, Your Honor.
Is he present? Is he in custody?
He's in custody. Your Honor. I had spoken to him. He was in agreement with it, Your Honor, so I guess I'll have to go speak to him again.
Okay. Do we have the jail online?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So is Mr. Peacock in Atascosa County? Is he somewhere else?
Give me one moment. Let me check real quick.
Yes, he should be there.
I can let you confer if that would work too.
Yeah, that'd be great, Your Honor.
Fortino Torres?
I don't see Mr. Adams, but we have a plea negotiated and he has the paperwork.
He is going to be a few minutes late. He called this morning, said he was at the jail.
All right, and someone is trying to connect with the Galaxy.
I believe that's Mr. Bravo.
Judge, we do have Mr. Peacock.
Thank you. All right, so do we have a plea ready to go? Would this be a good time for Mr. Vargas and Mr. Peacock to confer in a break room? You don't have a plea ready to go? Okay.
I don't.
I'm gonna set up open some breakout rooms. And I will put Mr. Vargas and Atascosa County Jail in breakout room 1. Okay, and I'm asking the Galaxy A20 to unmute. All right, what is your name?
Mario Bravo, sir.
Okay, that's what I was suggested. All right, thank you. Anybody else have a criminal case on the docket? No, well, the civil docket start until 1 p.m. So
Judge Wilson, if you could put Mr. Anders and I in a breakout room, that would be great.
certainly.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go work on it. Yes.
Mr. King Dawes said he's going to run a few minutes late because he's working with Williamson County this morning.
Okay, that's fine. I'm going to work on emails and things like that in nice eyes from yesterday. If people will, I'm going to leave the computer running muted. If you'll let me know when we're ready to do something, I'll get back on.
Your Honor,
Yes.
a brief announcement on Christopher Guzman. I've just conferred with Mr. Lambert on that case. I have gotten documentation from him about the admittance to the last resort facility. The state won't be asking for a NISI, and I believe it's reset. There's a reset date for 12/14.
Yes, Ron. I was speaking with Miss Poppy, and I originally put 12/2. I'm amending that to 12/14, and I'm also going to send the letters for his recovery information to Miss Poppy as well as you.
Okay, sounds good. All right, thank you. right, let me know when we have something ready to go.
May I speak to Mr. Gear? Or
In the breakout room?
yes, please. I didn't realize that he joined in.
Sir, if you want to give me co-host, I'll do that for you.
If it keeps up, I will. I think it's pretty slow this morning.
Okay.
Appreciate it. All right, there's a 83 area code phone number that ends in 210. I'm asking you to unmute. Okay, what's your name?
Kenneth Cruz.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, your attorney is in a breakout room, Mr. Cruz. I'll mark you present.
Your Honor, on
Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Bravo, I think he needs to be arraigned. How are we handling arraignments by Zoom these days?
We've typically been doing the waiver of arraignment form that sets a new date. If we need
Okay.
more arraignment, let me know.
Okay. I guess I will ask Jennifer to
The court-
email that to me.
Yeah, she can send you one.
All right, thank you.
I'll send it to you in chat in just a second.
Thank you.
Your Honor?
Yes.
After speaking to Mr. Gear, we're ready on the motion to reduce bond on Mario Quintanilla whenever the jail gets back.
Okay. Is there any documentation I need to look at?
Yes, Judge, I will be sending that right now. I was waiting for the announcement of the hearing, but
Okay, someone has just joined on an iPhone. I'm asking them to unmute. What is your name?
Richard.
Richard what? Your last name? All right, Mr. Keen-Dawes, are you ready for announcements on your cases?
Yes, Your Honor. On Gregory Reyes, he had called me this morning. He's running a little late. And that's supposed to be a pretrial diversion.
Okay. And Ms. Van Natter has 1112.
Yes, Your Honor. And
all right.
Yeah, those are the two that I have.
All right, I'll recall. And Mr. Locke, I think your client, you've been doing 1112.
Good morning, Your Honor. Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, if that's all you have, you're excused.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if I may, on Kenneth Escamilla Cruz, Mr. Anderson and I conferred, and court would be willing to give us another pretrial setting in February. This is essentially a case where I'm attempting to monitor compliance with sex offender registration.
Okay.
So if I could get a date of February, that might get us a little closer to full compliance.
Okay, if you'll get with Jennifer about that.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we're just waiting for Mr. Vargas to finish speaking to his client, and then we'll start on the Mario Quintanilla.
Judge Wilson?
Yes.
I was a little late, and I wanted to touch base with you regarding the sentencing on Ms. Donato.
Okay.
She has, I have two witnesses. Both of them are law enforcement who, I have three witnesses. I take that back. Both of them are law enforcement. Two of them are law enforcement who worked last night, overnight. And so they've got off at 7 and gone to bed. I told them I would give them a heads up so they could get a little sleep and log on. So if you could give me a little bit of advance notice when that was, so I can give them a call.
Okay. And you and Mr. would it help for you and Mr. Barrera to confer in a breakout room or not at this point?
I think it would hurt. Sure, we can do that.
Okay. Okay, I've given you all breakout room 7. All right, so let me know when Mr. Vargas comes back or we're ready to go with something else. And I don't believe I have plea paperwork or anything.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Right, Ms. Biggs, what date do you want on the CPS order, protective order?
It could be for compliance.
Yes.
So you can put this Friday.
Okay. All right, I will do that.
Thank you, sir. In the future, do you want me to fill in the date?
I would expect most of the time, yes, because I don't have any idea if it's a matter of they already have it all on a thumb drive and they just need the order, or if they're going to have to go back and start rummaging through CPS, paper records and need weeks to produce it.
I think my only, obviously, or maybe not, I do have the records. The only holdup that could happen would be on the defense's side if they have not provided the thumb drive or whatever, the disk to burn a copy.
Okay.
But
all right, well, I'll just sign it with that and post it and tell Alfonso he has to get going.
Okay.
And is this a CPS case? I mean, a Atascosa case?
Oh, yes. All my cases are Atascosa cases.
All right, thank you.
But I understand the question.
I just wanted to know what county to put it in on my hard drive.
Sure.
And Your Honor, Mr. Thornton and I have conferred, and we're still going to need a hearing. I don't anticipate the hearing is going to last very long, Judge.
Okay, that's fine. If there's anything I need to look at, please send it to me and let me know when Mr. Vargas is. Oh, are you back from the breakout room?
Yes, Your Honor. What's your next court setting? I guess November 9th?
I don't know.
Yes,
Poppy,
that's
is that
correct.
Can reach a partial agreement, and on November 9th, we're going to enter a plea of true and go open to sentencing. I just have to have my witnesses available, prepared for that day, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, that's on Mr. Peacock?
Yes, Your Honor. And I'll put it on the, I'll send it to you through proper channel.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so then we need Stephanie Donato to the jail room if possible. Next.
We'll get her right now.
And when was the underlying plea that this is a sentencing on? When was that?
Judge, let me attach through chat what I have on the file.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, may Kenneth Cruz and myself be excused? I've posted the new agreed court date.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Kenneth, you can disconnect. Thank you, Adriana.
Your Honor, we pled on this case in June of last year. It was, just so you know, the reason it was reset out so long is because Ms. Donato was in an auto accident that left her incapacitated for a prolonged period of time. And then obviously once she started being able to go back to court, then COVID hit. So this plea is from June of 2019.
And the pre-sentence investigation was ordered on April 17 of 2019.
All right, give me a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. It was April 17th. We were supposed to do our sentencing initially in June of 2019.
Judge, I just forwarded you the email. We had prepared for sentencing in front of Judge Harrell, and I had sent him all these documents. I forwarded you the email I had sent to Judge Harrell that has the PSI as well as the plea packet.
Thank you, because all the Donato stuff I'm finding is was on a divorce.
Okay. So, Judge, just to avoid confusion, she has two cases. She has a 1709 case that's a aggravated assault of a public servant, and a 1902 case that's a assault of a public servant. And she's pled to the 1709, and we're taking the 1902 into consideration in the sentencing. And that the 1709, that's an aggravated assault. As part of the plea, we're reducing that to an assault of a public servant.
Okay.
That's preliminary what's going on.
Right, give me a chance to look at the admonitions and things.
Sure.
All right, and I don't see that I have a copy of the PSI.
Judge, I just emailed that to you in the email that I forwarded that included the plea packet, and the PSI should have been in there as well.
Okay, and actually, yeah, here it comes. All right, and this has not been updated since the automobile collision?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
And does Ms. Donato have any permanent ongoing results from that automobile collision that need to be included in here?
Judge, she does have lasting effects from that. I don't know if you want that as part of an amended PSI, or if you just want me to have her testify about what's going on with her physically.
Doesn't matter to me.
My intention was to have her testify to the court about what her current state of her health is.
Okay, all right, a chance to look at the PSI then.
And then Brad, I don't know if you wanted to send those. I know last time you were going to put in some records from Bear County, if you want to get those sent over.
And yeah, that's what I was trying to do, trying to find this. So I just forwarded an exhibit I plan to offer too that we can get into when we get there. Okay, calling State versus Stephanie Donato. 17-9-525 CRA. Are both sides ready?
State's ready, Judge. I'm waiting for my two witnesses to log on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, we can get started and maybe we have to wait on them. I don't know, but I'm ready. They should be on any minute. They've already been on a bunch of times, so they should be familiar with it.
Defense is ready, Your Honor.
Okay, are you Stephanie Donato?
Yes, sir.
And are you the same Stephanie Donato who on or about April the 17th of 2019 entered into a open plea in front of Judge Lynn Ellison in Atascosa County?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that was for a third-degree felony?
Yes, sir.
And an open plea means that you do not have an agreement with the state as to what the sentence will be. Now, the state has apparently agreed that they will reduce the indictment from aggravated assault on a peace officer to simply assault on a peace officer. But that apart from have any agreement with the state, so that I would have the full range of to consider, that is 2 to 10 years confinement and a fine up to $10,000?
Yes, sir.
All right. Has anything happened since April of 2019 that makes you think that you did not understand the papers when you signed them, or that makes you want to take your signature back?
No, sir.
All right, and I see that we had a 641 appear. Is that one of your officers, Mr. Thornton?
It is. It's Deputy Bunch, Caleb.
All right, is anyone in the rule?
I'm sorry, Judge?
Is anyone invoking the rule?
No.
Your Honor, no.
Okay. All right, Deputy Bunch, will you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you may give in the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah.
All right, and your name?
Caleb Munch.
All right, thank you. All right, go ahead, Mr. Thornton.
And Judge, I just want to go over one more time to make sure we're all clear about exactly how we're proceeding. The plea paperwork is in the 17 case and should indicate the defendant has pled guilty, like the court has already gone over with her, to the lesser included charge of assault of a public servant. As part of that, the agreement was to take into consideration the 19 count. And at that time, we weren't doing the plea paperwork for that. So that's something that would also need to be done on the record. Having that be admitted and the state formally moved to take that into consideration as well before we get started.
Okay, and I'm not sure I follow you there. You just wanted on the record that you're taking the 19 case into consideration and it will be dismissed at the end of the.
Yeah, so under section 1245, the way that it works is the defendant has to admit their, basically admit to the offense and then ask that it be taken into consideration. And then the state has it not, there be no, basically be dismissed and taken into consideration in the sentencing. So that's what I'm asking to be done right now before we get started.
All right, Mr. Barrera, do you need a chance to speak to your client about that? You're muted.
We can go to a breakout room just real quick, just so I can explain to her what's going on.
Okay, I've given you breakout room 11.
Thank you, Judge.
Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
Hey, I have to log in with Bear County presiding briefly. I should be back on with you guys at about 10 o'clock. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And as soon as she gets logged back on, we are ready to proceed, Your Honor.
All right. Ask you to unmute, ma'am. Okay. All right then, so to the third-degree felony assault on a public servant in cause number 19227, which I said you had no plea bargain, but the state has agreed that in return for your plea, they will dismiss that case. Do you admit that you committed that offense?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr.
Yes, Judge. So we'd ask the court to take that account into consideration, and then prosecution, of course, would be barred on that offense going forward.
And we will take that into consideration. Prosecution will be barred.
Thank you, Judge. And so at this time, we would like to call Deputy Caleb Bunch.
Go ahead.
So Deputy Bunch, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, and did you work last night? What was your shift?
7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Okay, so you just recently got off. Are you still employed at the Atascosa County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay, and so let's go back to when this offense was committed. And I'm going through my paperwork here. We've got had a hectic morning, so just bear with me while I get everything together. But were you employed back in July of 2017 with the Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall making a stop of a vehicle that was driven by Miss Stephanie Donato?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that? Like why, how the stop came about, how the vehicle first came to your attention, and what you did?
Well, her vehicle was, I noticed she was speeding on Highway 16, so that was the reason for the stop.
Okay, and did you confirm that with your radar? Was that something you paced, or how did you make that determination?
Yeah, so it was with radar. She was about
Okay.
10 miles over the speed limit.
Okay. And then, so what did you do and where did she stop?
So I turned around and got behind her vehicle, and she pulled off the highway on the Stacy Road, and that's whenever I pulled her over by the Dollar General store.
Okay. And where is that located? Can you kind of give us a little more detail?
It's Highway 16 and Stacy Road, the intersection. It is in northern Atascosa County, about 2 miles south of Bexar County.
Okay. So north of Poteet.
Yes.
Now, when you pulled her over, tell us what happened. What's the first thing that happened?
I approached the vehicle. I noticed she seemed like she had been drinking, and she was possibly intoxicated. I got her information, and I believe her license was expired.
Okay. Did you ask her about her drinking? Had she been drinking?
I believe she said that she had been drinking that night, that she had left some kind of a gathering where they were drinking.
Okay. Do you have a copy of your report with you?
Yes.
When in your report, there was a quote about how she responded when you asked her if she had anything to drink tonight. Can you tell us what she said to you?
Yes, it was, quote, not enough. And it was my mom's birthday, and they bought like Jack Daniels and crap like that, and I had 3 of them, end quote.
Okay. Now, Now, did you ever make a decision about searching her vehicle?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
I could also smell the odor of marijuana coming from inside her vehicle.
Okay. And did you attempt to search the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Now, when you, what did you do with her, I guess, when you tried to put her, or when you were going to search the vehicle? Were you going to put her in the car?
So I placed handcuffs on her to detain her. I walked her over to place her in the backseat of my patrol car, and then she said she had to pee. So I made a decision to take the handcuffs off of her and let her pee on the side of the road, just to try to work with her.
Okay. And when she was done, did you attempt to put the handcuffs back on?
Yes.
And what happened next?
She resisted a little bit. Then I was able to get the handcuffs on her after talking to her for a little bit.
What did she tell you about not putting the handcuffs on?
She said, quote, you're going to call the chief first. I'm not going to get arrested here, end quote.
Okay. Now, what's the next thing that you recorded that she told you?
Please give me a moment here. I'm trying to remember.
Give me just.
So I remember
Just a second, Deputy. The judges.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I remember I walked her over after I put handcuffs back on her. I walked her over to the back of my car, patrol car. I told her to get in. Then she started telling me she would not get in, and she said, quote, let me tell you, sir, you don't want no problems. You don't. Believe me, I get into this all the time. End quote.
Okay. So what happened next?
After she wasn't cooperating, I was trying to call my sergeant on the radio. Then she just quickly ran by me. She tried to dash by me. And that's whenever I grabbed her so she wouldn't run away. And then she turned, looked at me, and then headbutted me in the face.
Okay, when she headbutted you, where did she hit on your face?
She hit me smack dab in the mouth and my teeth and my lip.
And so were you able to get her restrained at that point?
I remember I just held her down the ground until backup arrived.
When backup arrived, were you able to get her restrained and get her detained in the vehicle?
Yes.
Did she attack you anymore after the headbutt?
No, she didn't. She didn't attack me. She was just trying to resist on the ground, trying to squirm away. But I just held her down until another unit could get there.
Okay, so let's talk about the headbutt. Was that something that happened incidentally as you were struggling to detain her, or did she square off and intentionally headbutt you in the face? How did that happen?
She tried to run. I grabbed her. She turned, looked at me, and then it seemed intentional that she headbutted me right in the face.
Okay. And so what happened to your mouth? What kind of injuries did you sustain?
Of course, I had a swollen lip for a while. My front right tooth was it was dead from the impact. I went to the dentist. We ended up having to do a root canal.
Okay. So were you able to keep the tooth based on the root canal, or did anything have to be done to it? What did you have done to your tooth? Just the root canal?
Yeah, root canal. We were able to keep the tooth and just bleach it.
Okay. So why would you have to bleach it? What happened to the tooth?
The impact from the headbutt, the force killed the tooth and knocked it out of the socket. So it was a dead tooth. So it was discolored.
Okay. So when a tooth dies, it loses discoloration?
Yes.
Okay. So have you had any more continued problems with your tooth?
No.
Okay. Okay, I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Barrera?
Your Honor, I have no questions to this witness. Thank you.
Okay. All right, and so may Deputy Bunch be excused?
We'd ask that he would be if he wishes, yes.
All right, you are welcome to watch, or you are excused either way, Deputy.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and your other witness is not on yet?
Yeah, she just texted me that she hasn't received the link. I just realized I forwarded it to the wrong person. So give me just a second.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, if I may I get a breakout room with Mr. Bravo to go over the waiver of arraignment?
Okay, Daniel Rodriguez.
Mr. Bravo, go to breakout room 13.
So Judge, while we're waiting for her to log on, I can call Ms. Tristan.
Okay. All right, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you may give in the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay.
Your Honor, can I ask a question real quick?
Yes.
Can y'all hear that noise in the background? Because they're doing construction outside. If y'all can, I can move to another computer.
I do not hear anything.
Okay, just let me know and I can move if y'all do.
All right. And Veronica Medina is coming, the witness, Mr. Thornton?
Yes, that's my other witness. Yes, Judge. Okay, Ms. Tristan, can you tell us your relationship to this case?
I was assigned to write the PSI back in April 17 of 2019.
Okay, and so what's your current role with the office?
I'm the unit manager.
Okay, and that's with the probation department, correct?
Correct.
Now, at that time, you were assigned, you were not the unit manager, you had received that assignment by somebody else, correct?
Yes, by Ms. Campos.
Okay, and so you, as part of your assignment, do you meet with the defendant and interview them throughout, as part of the course of that investigation?
Yes, I do.
Okay, did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Okay, and when you do that, do you kind of go over their
I'm sorry, you cut out.
I'm sorry, do you go over their drug history or abuse of controlled substances, alcohol, stuff like that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and can you kind of tell the court a little bit about what you found in this situation?
During the interview, she said that she started drinking alcohol when she was about 12 years old, and she was drinking on a daily basis, consuming 5 to 8 drinks per sitting. And at the time of the interview, she said the last time she had drank was July 5th of 2018. She also admitted that she was smoking marijuana since the age of 15, and she would smoke occasionally. And again, the last time was July 5th of 2018.
Okay, and what day did you conduct this interview?
I believe I conducted this interview in May of 2019.
Okay. Now, when you conducted this interview in May, do you remember when we were supposed to have the original sentencing hearing?
It was supposed to be in June 12, 2019.
Okay, and why was it delayed?
Due to her accident.
Okay, do you know what kind of car accident that was?
We were just notified it was a traffic accident.
Okay, and once we finally got to the position to continue, what happened next?
It was reset. She wouldn't show up or due to her medical issues.
Okay, and then the coronavirus hit, correct?
Yes.
And so that's what has caused this delay, or part of it.
Part of it.
Right. And so while we were waiting, did your office, were you responsible for supervising her on bond as well?
Yes, she was being supervised here.
Okay. And as part of that supervision, is she given your analysis or screens for controlled substances?
Yes, she is.
And were there any issues with that?
She did admit to drinking alcohol while on the bond, and she did test positive for it.
Okay, so she admitted and tested positive for controlled substance or for alcohol while being supervised.
Right, and this was after her accident.
Okay, so after her car accident, while awaiting sentencing, that's when that occurred.
Yes.
And do you have the date for that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
So she admitted to drinking on January 26th. And when she reported on January, she was positive.
Okay. And you've been present for every attempt at sentencing in this case, correct?
I have.
And during the course of that, multiple judges have presided over that, including Judge Wilson, Judge Ellison, and Judge Harrell, correct?
Yes.
And so in order to let Judge Wilson know the extent of which accommodations have been made for Ms. Donato, can you kind of go through these settings for us and tell us what happened? So on the first setting back in June, that's when we discovered, or June of 2019, that's when we discovered her car accident, correct?
Yes, and she was reset at that time.
And while we were working on dates, what kind of information was provided to the court about the necessity to reset?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I don't know that Ms. Tristan is in a position to know what kind of information was provided to the court. I think that question is generally kind of vague. If by the court, Mr. Thornton means the court coordinator or the judge, I don't know how Ms. Tristan would be privy to that information.
I can rephrase the question. Okay. For what you witnessed and heard, well, let me first ask you, did you talk to the defendant?
I did a couple of times when she came to court.
Okay. And what did she tell you about the need to delay the hearing?
She was still going through medical issues with her leg. And so they were in the process of giving her treatment, so it would be reset so that she would be able to get that treatment.
Okay. And when do you recall finally reaching the conclusion of where we could proceed with the sentencing after her medical treatment had concluded?
I believe it was about last month.
Okay. And when we first had the hearing, do you recall what judge it was in front of?
I believe it was Judge Ellison.
Okay. And were you present for, like you are today, for pretty much the entirety of that court hearing?
Yes.
Okay. And what prevented us from having sentencing that day?
That she didn't show up to the probation department.
Okay. And but she did appear by phone from her home, correct?
Yes.
And was unable to get a ride.
Right.
Then that was reset to another day, correct?
Yes.
And do you remember what day that was reset to?
I can give you the date. It was October 21st.
And at that first hearing, what were you aware that she was admonished that she had to show up?
Give me just a moment. Let me ask you. Hold on. All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
At that first hearing, do you recall her being admonished by the court?
I'm going to object this to hearsay. Ms. Tristan's recollection of what she may or may not have heard in court, if it's not coming from the defendant, it's hearsay.
Judge, hearsay is to prove the truth of the matter asserted. I'm not proving the truth. I'm just proving that she was admonished.
Overrule the objection.
Did you witness her being admonished about having to appear?
Yes, by Judge Ellison.
Okay. And then so when that date came, who was the presiding judge?
Judge Horrell.
Okay. And did the defendant in fact appear?
Court ended and she appeared after court had ended, so she was taken into custody by order of the judge.
Do you recall what time she appeared?
It was probably after lunchtime.
Okay. And once she was taken into custody, the case was then reset again for today, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just one moment, please. Okay, as part of your pre-sentence investigation, do you go over with them their criminal history?
I do.
Okay, and I don't want to talk about any arrests, but I want to talk about any convictions or guilty pleas for deferred adjudication that you discussed with her, okay? And so what was the first, I guess, either conviction or guilty plea that she was convicted of?
It would have been in November 27 of 2014. She did have some juvenile.
Okay. And so let's not talk about the juvenile, let's just talk about the convictions. Which one are you referring to?
November 27, 2014, resisting arrest or transport.
And what cause?
San Antonio?
Yeah, and what cause number was that?
476918.
And what was the result of that probation?
12 months probation, deferred adjudication.
And did you learn how it was terminated?
It was terminated unsatisfactory.
Okay. Now, did you talk to her about this incident?
I did not.
Okay, did you include a defendant's statement in your pre-sentence investigation?
Did I talk to her about the current case?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And so let's talk about that. What was her, well, I guess basically tell us what she told you about the offense.
She stated that she was at her mother's birthday party in San Antonio. She was going back home. She had been in a bad relationship and had been drinking more than she should have. She stated that she was on her way home and she was pulled over for speeding, and she was about 2 miles away from her home at the time. She stated that she was very drunk and she was laughing when she came in contact with the deputy. She stated she had advised the deputy that she had marijuana in her vehicle. She stated that she started to freak out all of a sudden because she realized she was alone with the deputy and felt that he wasn't calling anybody for assistance, especially since she was a female. She stated that she freaked out because she had been in a traumatic event in her life in which she was raped by a group of boys when she was in high school and was being restrained, and him being a male made her feel in danger and brought back memories of the traumatic event. She felt like it was wrong how she was being detained and fought back.
So at first she said that she fought back because she was scared based on this dramatic experience in her life. And then
Correct.
she was saying that, well, she just thought it was wrong that she was being arrested and just fought back against that.
Yes.
Okay. And so, well, actually, that's all I have. I'll pass through this.
Mr. Barrera?
Thank you. Ms. Tristan, just to clarify some things that Mr. Thornton asked you, it wasn't actually you who made the determination that we proceed with the case and with sentencing, right? Because Mr. Thornton had asked you, when did you make the decision that she was okay to proceed? You don't make that decision, do you?
Correct.
Okay.
You don't.
And he said something about, when did you learn that her medical treatment was done? You're not aware of the status of her current medical treatment, right?
I have not had contact with her, so I'm not up to date with her medical.
Okay. So there's no evidence that you have that her medical treatment is complete?
No, I just have information from when her accident first happened, whatever she gave me.
Okay. And so you're not aware if she's still undergoing treatment?
I'm not.
Okay. And with regard to earlier, Mr. Thornton was asking you about her probations and cases that she's pled to. The fact of the matter is she's only ever been on one probation in her life. That wasn't a juvenile case, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was for a misdemeanor?
Yes.
And that was a deferred adjudication that was terminated unsatisfactory?
Yes.
And that case was in fact terminated early, correct? It was a 12-month deferred adjudication that they terminated early at the 11th month?
Correct.
And in your experience as a supervising officer, if someone is terminated early, is it because maybe aside from a technical violation, they've completed everything else that they were asked to do?
The case might be taken back to court and they might decide to terminate it at that time, yes.
Okay, all right. And with regard to when Mr. Thornton was asking you about the statement that she gave to you in your PSI under defendant statement, when you're reading that statement, the things that you're saying are not direct quotes, right?
It's what she told me, yes, when I interviewed her.
Right, but the statement that you have, these are not direct quotes. You're summarizing what she's telling you.
Correct.
Okay. So when he says, well, initially she said she was freaked out because of the memory of this traumatic event. And then later on, she said she felt like it was wrong. When she was telling you that story, you're not jotting down everything she's saying, right?
I am. When I do interview them, I do.
Okay, but is that reflected on here? Like, are we seeing your notes of what you jotted down, or are we seeing your summary of what you jotted down?
I usually jot down exactly what they tell me.
Okay, so she said, quote, she felt like it was wrong. Is that how she spoke?
Yes.
She referred to herself in the third person?
Well, she said she felt it was wrong. That's how she said.
I understand, but you're not quoting her verbatim. That's my question, right?
Correct.
You're interpreting what she's saying, and then you're making a summary of it.
For the use of the report, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And going back to her medical, she did notify me that she wasn't going to the doctor in person. She did advise me that every office visit she had was by phone due to COVID when I took her report on bond.
Now, with regard to her medical condition, did you ever, look at her physical condition or take a look at her leg or anything like that?
One time she did come to court, she did show me her leg. She did.
Okay.
And then what we discussed over the phone, she was telling me about issues with her ear. And I advised her if it was that bad, she needed to see a doctor in person.
Okay. But to be fair, Ms. Tristan, if she's under the care of a doctor, you're not in a position to override what her doctor is telling her, correct?
Right. But as bad as she was telling me, I advised her it'd be better for her to see a doctor.
Okay. And so, but do you have any kind of medical degree?
I do not.
Okay. So if her doctor is telling her to follow a course of care, you would admit you're not in a position to say, well, let me tell you what you should be doing. My opinion is better.
Right. But her doctor did want to see her, but she didn't want to go.
Okay.
That's what she advised me.
Okay. And so with regard to that, again, she's being treated by her doctor, how she's being treated by her doctor, right?
Right. Right.
And so you're merely giving your personal opinion as to whether you thought she was following through with her care properly.
Correct.
Okay. And does that have anything to do with her sentencing today?
Due to medical issues, her sentencing had been canceled. So yes.
Okay. And so if her doctor is saying that she is needing a course of treatment, your position is, well, if she's not visiting her doctor as often as I think she should not have to get that course of treatment. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay. So, okay, I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Thornton.
I have no more questions for the witness.
Okay, your next witness.
The state calls Veronica Medina.
All right. And if you would unmute your phone, please, or whatever you're on. All right, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you may give in the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and your name, please?
Veronica Medina.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Thornton.
Good morning. Can you please let us know how you're employed?
Yes, sir. I'm employed through the Atascosa County Sheriff's Office as a correctional officer.
And how long were you there? How long have you?
I've been there for 6 years.
Okay. And
did he freeze up?
Yes, he did.
Yes. We couldn't hear you.
Am I back?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. I am getting a little error message that's telling me my internet connection's unstable. So let me know if you can't hear my question or if I freeze up, okay?
Yes, sir.
So do you recall a time back in 2018, December, where Stephanie Donato was being detained with your jail?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you recall an incident that happened back on December 18th of that year?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when Miss Donato was there, eventually did her sister?
Oh, you froze up again.
Not there.
You froze up, Brad.
Hello?
Last we heard was your sister. That's the last I heard.
Okay. And did Stephanie Donato's sister also become an inmate within the jail at some point in time?
Yes, sir, she did.
And was that also there on that night where she was booked in on December 18th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, generally, do you have a policy that restricts sisters or brothers from being confined together in the same cell?
Yes, sir, we do. We have a policy. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir, we do have a
Go
policy. We don't typically put family members together. But that evening we did have to put them together because of lack of space we had in the jail.
Okay. Now, when you did that, did a situation arise to where they needed to be moved?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Did a situation arise where they needed to be moved?
Yes, sir. We
What
were
happened?
later. Well, they came in that evening. In the morning, we were able to make room. We had people who bonded out, and we were able to clean out the cells and move the two sisters, separate the two sisters. And when we did, we got into an altercation. My Sergeant Pratka and I got into an altercation with both of them.
Okay, so let's start step by step. Who was the first one to enter the cell to try to move them?
Sergeant Pratka.
Okay, and were you there with her when that happened?
Yes, sir. I was standing at the doorway.
Okay, and so when she went in, let's take it step by step. What did she tell them?
She went in and she opened the door and
I'm
she
going
asked.
to object us to hearsay.
The question was, what did she do or what did she say?
The question was, I said, I rephrased the question, but what happened when she walked into the room? And you know what I did say, what did she say? And I'm not asking it for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm asking affect the listener what happened to give context, not for the truth of the matter, Your Honor.
All right, let me ask you to re-ask the question and see if any other objections.
Okay. And so when she walked in, what did she tell them to do?
Your Honor, I'm going to object us to hearsay.
Overruled.
When she walked in, she asked one of them, which one of y'all wants to move into another cell? We need to move y'all. We need to separate y'all. One of the sisters, Samantha, was sitting on the bench while Stephanie was using the phone. And so at this point, my sergeant went ahead and made the decision for them instead of having one of them decide who was going to move. So she asked Stephanie to go ahead and get off the phone to move. Stephanie refused to move. So Samantha again was sitting on the bench. She said, fine, if you don't want to move, we'll go ahead and move Samantha. Samantha, let's go. And Samantha didn't want to move. At first she didn't, and then she said, fine, I'll go ahead and move for y'all. So she started getting her stuff and she changed her mind and she sat back down. At this point, my sergeant had stepped in further into the.
Hold on just a second. I noticed that the defendant has left the screen. I want to make sure that she's present for this hearing.
He had to use the restroom real quick.
Okay, another time, please let us know if something's going to happen if the defendant has to step away for any reason while we're in a hearing with that defendant.
Yes, sir.
So let's just hold on until she returns, okay?
Okay.
Your Honor, may I give an update on Mr. Bravo?
Yes.
We have filled out waiver of arraignment, and we have a new date of January 13, 2021 for pretrial. And I submitted that waiver of arraignment to Jennifer through the chat.
Okay, you are excused then.
Thank you, Your Honor. We can leave now, Mario.
All right, Ms. Donato, which witness was testifying whenever you left to use the restroom?
Officer Medina. Yeah.
Okay, and what was Officer Medina being questioned about?
About where we were located at in the cell.
All right. Mr. Barrera, do you want any of the questions to be repeated so that we're certain that your client heard everything?
No, Your Honor. I think she walked out during Miss Medina's explanation of what was going on when they were trying to separate them.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Thornton.
Judge, just for good measure, we'll start there and just tell that story again. So when Sergeant Practa, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Walked into the room, Stephanie was on the phone, and Samantha was on the bench, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just start there and let's recap that from what happened.
Okay. They were like you said, they were sitting. One was sitting and one was on the phone. She asked one of them to move, giving them the choice to see which one wanted to move. Neither one of them wanted to move, so she went ahead and made the decision to ask Stephanie to move, the one that was on the phone. She didn't want to move, so she again asked, let's go ahead and move. She didn't want to. So Samantha volunteered. She started to grab her belongings, her mattress and her blanket, and I guess she changed her mind. She sat back down and said that she wasn't going to move. At this point, my sergeant had already stepped in further into the cell and was already instructing Stephanie, again, go ahead and hang up the phone. There's a phone where we're going to move you, and grab your stuff. You're going to move. I'm moving you. Stephanie then stated, if you touch me, my sergeant had reached for her blanket, and she said, if you touch me, I'm going to fucking hit you.
And who said this?
This was Stephanie, who was on the phone. My sergeant then again instructed her she needed to move. She again refused. So my sergeant went ahead and was trying to grab the blanket from her. At this point, when she did, Stephanie swung at her, and my sergeant's pretty tall. So when she swung, she struck her in her shoulder, bringing my sergeant down. And when she came down, she grabbed her by the hair and started hitting her. As soon as she threw the first swing, I was already going in. I went ahead and grabbed Stephanie, tried grabbing her to get her off of her. And I was pulling her away when Samantha got up from where she was sitting and came at us, and she was telling us to leave her sister alone. Both our hands were occupied, and when I turned to pull Stephanie away, Samantha came and hit me in the face.
And that was Samantha?
Yes.
Okay, so when that happened, was the altercation still continuing between Stephanie and your sergeant?
Yes, sir. She still had her by the hair and was trying to hit her in the face with her other hand.
Now you said who had who by the hair? You there?
Steph-
Okay, hold on, ma'am.
Hold on just a second. I think you froze up.
Sergeant Bradcook.
Okay. Oop.
Are you there?
Yes.
Okay, you froze up there. And I'm assuming that it was your thing that froze because I think I saw everybody just fine. Can you start over? We didn't hear any of that.
Which part didn't you hear, sir? I'm sorry.
So all of it. So when, yeah. So, well, at the part where I asked you when Samantha attacked you, what was going on with Stephanie and your sergeant?
Stephanie had my sergeant by the hair and was
Okay.
trying to strike her in the face with the other hand.
Okay. And was Stephanie continuing to hit her? Did she hit her?
Yes, she did. Yes, sir.
And what strikes or punches did you witness?
I witnessed Samantha when she hit me in the face. The only thing I had to push her away from was my legs. So I used one of my legs to push her, and she fell back. She grabbed a hold of my sergeant's back and started striking her in the back. At this point, Stephanie was already loosening up her hands on her hair, on my sergeant's hair. And I was trying to get a hand free to call for backup.
And were there any more strikes or assaults by Stephanie on your sergeant after that?
No, sir. Once we were separated, I had Stephanie in my arms, and Samantha and my sergeant were on the other side of the cell, where Samantha struck her one more time, and by that time we had backup already into the cell.
While you were holding Stephanie, was she continuing to resist, or had she complied?
Yes, sir. She continued to resist. When I was trying to calm her down, she headbutted me and busted my lip open.
Okay. And so what type of injuries did you sustain on your lip?
It just split open. That was all that happened with Stephanie. And then I had a big old knot on my face from Samantha.
Okay. And was your lip bleeding from where Stephanie headbutted you?
Yes, sir.
Was there anything else of importance that you would like the court to know that happened that I didn't ask you?
No, sir.
I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Barrera?
Thank you. Officer Medina, did you prepare a report as part of this incident?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you have your report in front of you?
I have it. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to take a look at your report to refresh your recollection of this incident, okay? Okay. Now, looking at your report, is it possible that in your testimony here today, you have confused Stephanie and Samantha as to the entire thing that you just testified about?
Apologize. I got both of them mixed up.
Okay. So when you said that it was Stephanie on the phone, it was Samantha. And when you said that it was Stephanie who said, give me 1 second. That it was Stephanie who made the comment, if you touch me again, I'm gonna fucking hit you in your fucking mouth. That was not Stephanie, right?
Yes, sir. I apologize. Yes.
That was Samantha.
Yes.
And what Stephanie said was, what she yelled out was, leave her the fuck alone, after Samantha got into an altercation with Sergeant July.
Yes. Right.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And then with regard to the person who headbutted you and caused your lip to bleed, that was not Stephanie, correct?
Yes, sir. It was Samantha.
That
I
was
get
Samantha.
them two mixed. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Thornton?
Okay. And I'll apologize for not catching that because part of my internet freezing is I can't pull up any reports right now. And so I'm not able to look at your report.
Yes,
And
sir.
just to, because my computer is frozen, I can just see this Zoom hearing. So if you could tell us, let's just clear it up. And
Yes, sir.
go over it with exactly what Stephanie did. Let's try to leave Samantha out of the equation, okay? What assaultive behavior did you witness from Stephanie?
The Stephanie, she's the one that hit me in the face.
Okay. And you can see her on the TV and that you recall that, is that the person who you were referring to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was she the one on the bench?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so she hit you in the face. Did you see her assault Sergeant Pradka at all?
Yes, when I pushed her away, she was hitting Sergeant Pradka in the back, or Sergeant Yella in the back.
Okay. So you've used two different words for the same person. She's since got married and changed her name?
She's changed her name. She was divorced, and she now has her maiden name.
Okay, so reverse. She went back to her maiden name instead of.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So describe how she was hitting the sergeant in the back.
Let me ask, hold on, let me ask that you use names and not pronouns because of the confusion previously.
Sure, I apologize. So please describe how Stephanie was hitting the sergeant in the back.
Stephanie was hitting her with her fist in the back on her lower back of her back.
Okay. And how many times did you witness that?
I probably witnessed maybe 3 to 4 times. After that, we were still with the struggle between Samantha, trying to get her away from her.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
I have nothing further, Judge.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Either you may remain online if you wish, or you are excused. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other witnesses from the state?
No, Your Honor. However, I did offer State's Exhibit number 1 that I've emailed the court, which is a copy of the judgment in her resisting arrest case. Outside of that, the state will rest.
We have no objection to State's Exhibit 1, Your Honor.
All right, without objection, State's Exhibit 1 is admitted into evidence. All right, Mr. Barrera?
The defense would call Stephanie Donato.
All right, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you may give in the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Stephanie, so in this case, you pled guilty to the offense of assault on a public servant on Officer Bunch. You recall that?
Sir.
Okay. I want you to explain the incident with Officer Bunch. Where were you coming from that night?
From my mother's get-together.
Okay. And you had been drinking at that get-together?
Yes, sir.
And where were you driving to? Were you driving home? Where were you going?
I was going home.
And what time of night was it?
I can't remember. I just know it was late.
Did you stay at the bar until the bar closed?
Yes.
And is this a bar that closes at 2 a.m. or a bar that closes at midnight?
It was downtown. So I guess 2.
Okay. And so at the time that you have contact with Officer Bunch, it's fair to say it was later than 2 o'clock at night.
Yes, sir.
And the area that you were pulled over in, was it a high traffic area?
It was off of Highway 16, but it was on my road where I lived on.
Okay. And at the time of night that you were pulled over, whether it's, 2:30 or 3, is there a lot of traffic in that area?
No, sir. I was dead.
Okay. And so if you would just describe to the court what was going through your mind.
All kinds of things were going through my mind. I had never been in that situation before, and I was pretty intoxicated. I remember kind of making it as a joke with him, and because I didn't think I was, in that much trouble. Then I started to realize that I wasn't going to go home, and I just started to panic.
Okay. And when you say you had never been in that situation before, you've been in trouble before. So what do you mean by that?
Pulled over, whether it's dark and in a small county where I'm not from.
Okay. And you said that you realized you weren't going to go home and then you started to panic. What exactly are you panicking about?
That I wasn't going to go home.
Okay. So is it just a fear of being arrested, or what was it that caused you panic?
Being alone.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. And at some point you said that you are not from the area, but you knew the name of the sergeant, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because you were asking Deputy Bunch to contact a sergeant.
Yes, because I had I had got my 4-wheeler taken away, and I had kind of built trust with that one officer, and he was really a good person, and I just felt like calling him I would have been okay. I wasn't sure what was going through my head, and then I just asked for just anybody besides him, and nobody was coming. So I noticed a lot of time passed by, and that's when I panicked.
To be fair, Deputy Bunch treated you with respect during the stop, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
You understand that at the time he pulled you over, you repeatedly said you had to go to the bathroom?
Yes, sir.
And that was after you were already in cuffs?
Yes, sir.
And Deputy Bunch gave you the courtesy of removing those cuffs and letting you go to the bathroom?
Yes, sir.
Deputy Bunch did not curse at you?
No, sir.
He was not rough with you?
No, sir.
And in addition to letting you go to the bathroom, he also started to try to reach out to his chief.
Yes. From what I remember, he was calling people, yes.
Okay. So, I mean, this action that you did, this is not a situation where Deputy Bunch is at fault at all.
No, sir.
It's fair to say that there's nothing he could have done in terms of treating you any better than he did.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And despite that, you headbutted him, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware at what happened to him, correct?
I went blank after that, but yes,
Okay.
I was advised of what happened.
So since that time, you've become aware that you headbutting him, you knocked him down.
Yes.
And you know that Deputy Bunch, this is his job. This is what he does.
Yes, sir.
And he goes out on the road every day and he does his job.
Yes, sir.
Right? And he runs into you and he's treating you with respect and he gets attacked.
Yes, sir.
And he is attacked such that he is knocked down. And I'm can only imagine what's going through his head at that moment, that he's off his feet, laying on the ground with somebody being aggressive, right? And you understand that as a result of this attack, his tooth was almost knocked out. It was knocked loose, right? And you understand that his tooth is dead as a result of that,
Yes, sir.
right? Okay. And so what do you have to say to that?
There's really not much that I can take back from that night, but I'm very sorry of putting him in that position and me putting my hands on somebody who was just doing their job.
Okay. And so then we have this incident at the jail. Do you recall that incident?
Yes, I do.
What was going on?
Well, everything that was said did not happen like that. And I'm not much of a liar. If I remember, I will say how it is, whether it's wrong or bad. And I was upset because I had just got a new job. And to be honest, I hadn't gotten a job because I've never been in trouble like this. So I felt like I was going to prison forever and I was not going to move forward in my life. So I got a new job. I was excited about it. My roommate called me. She told me that there was a sheriff there, and I asked why. They said they were looking for me. And so I called the court myself and I had told them what was going on. They said I missed court. And I said, well, how can I go about it to make things right? It slipped my mind and I really didn't remember. It was an honest mistake. So they told me come that following week, which I showed up, and I remember them not lifting my bond. And then I called my sister to bond me out. She did, because I was telling them I needed to be at work the next day, that it was an honest mistake. And they told me, if you get someone to bond you out before 10, you can go home. And I was mad that she was waiting outside for me. And I was looking at the time. Well, I kept checking the time and it was past 10 and I wanted to know what was going on. They told me they would tell me in a little bit. Well, I seen my sister coming in and they voided my bond. And I told them whatever was going on outside had nothing to do with me. And then they said, well, since you didn't have a ride, we had to void it and they had to wait for their chief. I felt like that was wrong. And I was very, very, very upset. I never put my hands on either jailers. All I did is I had already suffered from that pain because the officer who pulled me over that night, I did do that. And I've said it from day one that I was very sorry. And I was just, that wasn't me. That day when they came in, I was saying stuff out loud. I'm not gonna lie. I never threatened them. So I remember a taller lady coming in and saying, get your things. And I was sitting on the bench and I said, for what? And then I was like, if I'm going home, yes. And my sister was on the phone. And I was like, what I don't understand is, no, she moved me to medical. And then I started crying because I can't be alone. And she decided to put me back with my sister. And I said, well, y'all are calling me and my sister stupid. And then I said something other. We exchanged words and then she didn't like what I said. So she's like, you know what? Just get your things, let's go. And I said no. So then she just went in full force and grabbed Samantha and put her in a headlock. I got up and said, don't, no, don't, which I was telling my sister. I didn't touch neither of them. I just let her grab you because I had already been through so much for hitting a cop and never did I want my sister to be in that position. So when I said no, and I'm screaming no, Medina came in and I let her grab me. They were really mainly focusing on Samantha. I went, sat myself down, put my hands on the bar and said, y'all know I didn't touch y'all. And they said, no, now you're fucked. Sorry, excuse my language, but that's what they said. And I had told them, you know I didn't touch y'all. So from the moment Jay came in, she put my sister in a headlock. My sister has a broken jaw. I just tried to tell them that it wasn't her saying anything. It was me. And They just didn't care. But not once did I put my hands on them at all. And I can assure you of that. Because not one, I remember them when they put me in the chair, I was crying and crying because I didn't want to go through what I went through already. From hitting that other man. It was just, I lived in hell and I didn't want to go through it all over again. And I was just crying and crying. And I remember them taking a picture of themselves and they didn't have anything on their face. Like, since I was little, my mom always put me in jiu-jitsu, so I knew how to do all kinds of stuff, but I never touched them.
And so you understand, as part of your case, you came into court and you took responsibility for that assault in the jail.
Yes.
With regard to the incident with Deputy Bunch, when you met with probation, the probation officer testified that you referenced a traumatic event.
Yes, sir.
What was the traumatic event?
Before I graduated, I had went to a party, and long story short, I was just touched and assaulted very badly where I didn't want to walk the stage. I didn't want to go to school. Pretty much isolated myself. And I had to get begged because I worked so hard.
Okay, so you were sexually assaulted.
Yes, sir.
And you explained to the probation officer that during that stop with Deputy Bunch, you freaked out because of that incident.
Yes, sir.
Is that true, or are you just making an excuse?
No, sir. It's happened. And I was so afraid that when I made the police report, I didn't want to see those people again, so I never pressed charges.
Okay. Now, going through your criminal history, there was reference to a deferred adjudication that you did in Bexar County. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
That deferred adjudication, you were terminated early, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On that deferred adjudication, you did have a violation at some point.
Yes, sir.
What was the violation for?
I had came up positive for marijuana, marijuana, I think.
Was it just one time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And despite that, they terminated your community supervision early.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever been on any other community supervision other than when you were a juvenile?
No, sir. That was the first time.
Okay. With regard to being in district court on a felony, have you ever been convicted or entered a plea on any other felony other than this case?
No, sir.
Now, as the court found out earlier today, this case has been repeatedly reset since June of 2019, right?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because I was in a pretty big accident where I was hospitalized at BAMC for a whole month. And afterwards, I was having to see a surgeon for my leg and my ear every single week after that till December.
Okay. So you were in a pretty bad accident. What happened during the accident?
I was ejected from my windshield and I had to have 17 surgeries.
What type of injuries did you sustain?
Pretty much half my leg was ripped off and they had to suture my ears back on.
Okay. And I know at one point you were in danger of losing your leg. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you still have issues with your leg?
Yes, sir.
What issues do you have?
Well, for the rest of my life, they can always amputate it at any moment if it were to get infected, because when you have skin grafts, anything can affect it, and I can catch an infection throughout my whole body. Half my ear is not there, and when I went to the hospital, my head was pretty much open all the way. So for the rest of my life, I can feel the hair on my head, my leg, and anything that touches it will give me like a little, my body just reacts to everything differently now. There's times where I can't get up and walk and my leg just goes out on me, and there's times I can move around. And
Okay. So you do not have full use of your leg?
No.
Are you still getting any kind of treatment for your leg?
Yes, sir.
What type of treatment do you get?
Since COVID started, they hadn't been wanting me to go in because it's COVID. Well, I saw a trauma doctor, and they want to do more skin grafts because the back of my leg is getting rejected. But it's too soon right now, and it's too thin. So they want more time to pass. I have to go to therapy for my leg to start bending properly. And I need more surgeries on my left ear because I have no more blood flow on it.
Okay, so your skin grafts on your leg, are your body's rejecting them?
Yes, yes.
Aside from the skin grafts, does your leg function? Like, are you able to flex your foot and walk around normally and do things like that?
I walk with my leg kind of limping. I can't bend it. My foot does not move at all. I have barely can move my toes. I can't really bend my leg. And there's times where it goes a little bit, but from the bottom of my hair was ripped off as well. So my leg can't touch, the bottom of my foot can't touch the floor without me hurting or without it going out.
Okay. And does this injury impair your ability to drive?
Yes.
And since this occurred,
Just one moment, please. I'm sorry, Mr. Okay, I'm sorry. That was the clerk. Go ahead.
Since this occurred, have you had to rely on other people for rides?
Yes, sir. I have to rely on a lot of things.
Who was giving you rides when we would go to court in person?
My grandmother and my grandpa.
Okay. Are they in a position, have they been in a position lately to give you rides to court?
My grandma now is in a hospice, and my grandpa has Alzheimer's. He'd probably take me somewhere else.
Okay. So the last couple of times we've had court, you've had issues with transportation.
Yes, sir.
There was a setting that we had about a month ago where you did log in. You logged in on the phone, but you were supposed to be at probation.
Yes, sir. I had arranged a ride. It was my best friend, and she didn't answer that day until like noon or 2 o'clock, and I was gonna get a lift all the way over here. And the judge said, no, it was okay that I could get reset for 2 weeks afterwards.
Okay, so then your case was reset in front of Judge Harrell. Mr. Thornton had Mr. Deputy Bunch appear, even though he had worked the night before, and Mr. Thornton had his witnesses ready, and you did not appear at probation at 9 a.m.
No, I got there, I can say a little bit after 10. The person who gave me a ride is paralyzed from his waist down, and the officers had seen that when they went out there and told them that I was getting arrested. Right when I walked in, I told them my name, and then they just said to put my hands around my back, behind my back, and I didn't resist. But I did attempt to come.
But you did not appear at 9 a.m.
No, sir.
Okay.
I was running late.
So, Ms. Donato, the court has because of the type of plea that you did, the court can give you anything up to 10 years in prison, or the court can give you community supervision, whether that's with a felony conviction or whether that's as part of deferred adjudication. What are you asking the court to do with your case and to do with you?
To just understand that I'm very, very sorry for hitting Officer Bunch and one of his officers. And just to understand that I'm not that person, especially after my accident, and I'm not making that as an excuse. I wish I would have never got into that accident, but I just won't be the same anymore. And I felt like I've been through so much already. And just to give me another chance to prove that I won't be a person to harm anybody or mess with anybody, and just do what I thought I was supposed to do whenever I was growing up, and that's be somebody in life.
Hey, Stephanie, hold on just a moment, please.
Okay, I don't know if I disappeared from your screen, but I lost everything. If you would repeat the last question, I was gone about 10 seconds, Mr. Guerrero.
And Ms. Donato, the judge did not hear your answer, so I'm going to ask you again. What are you asking the judge to do with your case?
To just understand that I'm sorry for hitting his officer Bunch, and to understand that I'm very, very, very sorry for doing what I did, and that I'm not that person anymore. I'm really not what the county's portraying me to be. I do have a heart, and I'm sorry. I just want a second chance in the free world.
Do you think you would be able to get through a period of community supervision?
Yes, sir.
You would be able to refrain from using any kind of drugs?
Yes, sir.
You would be able to refrain from drinking?
Yes, sir.
Now, with regard to the drinking, you did test positive for alcohol while you were out on conditions and while you were awaiting sentencing.
Yes, sir. I was going through a lot.
And you understand that if the judge places you on community supervision, regardless of what you're going through in your life, that does not give you permission to violate the judge's conditions. You understand that, right?
I do understand. I just want to be home with my grandmother.
Okay. So you understand that from Stephanie, that you can't go through life making mistakes and then just relying on apologizing for them later, right?
I'm aware of that.
You understand that a responsible person just doesn't make the mistake to begin with, right?
Yes, sir.
And okay. Is there anything else that you would like this court to know about you?
That I'm totally different when I'm not drinking. And if I were, I really have done a lot of things in my life, accomplishments, because I was raised by my grandma and grandpa, and growing up, drinking was just something that would make me cope with things. But now that I've taken care of my grandparents, and I just want them to know that I'm not a violent person. I can't be.
Stephanie, have you ever sought counseling for the things that you deal with?
Yes, since I was younger, because I was in 4th grade when my uncle passed away in my arms. So I would go to Krista Santa Rosa to see a counselor. It was actually a doctor, and I would always not say anything. I wouldn't talk or anything. But since I was in the 4th grade, I've been going through things.
I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Thornton?
Thank you, Judge. Just a moment, please. Mr. Donato, we talked a lot about the 2 incidents where you missed court awaiting sentencing. Prior to you pleading, I mean, you also were arrested for a failure to appear, correct?
Yes, I showed up late to court, sir.
Okay. Did you show up late or did you not show up at all?
No, I showed up late. It was the same day on the 21st. I remember Barrera's secretary calling and saying I was gonna get a warrant, and I didn't care. I still wanted to show up.
Okay. And today, Mr. Barrera asked you, if you wanted a second chance, and you basically said you wanted a second chance. Now, this case has been pending since July 8th. I guess you were arrested on July 8th, 2017. That's a long time, correct? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you've had a lot of time to correct your behavior since then, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so, although you admitted to the judge earlier that you did admit the acts in assaulting the detention officer, now telling the court that that didn't happen, correct?
It didn't happen.
Okay. But that's not the only thing you've been arrested for since this case was filed, correct?
Yes, it was.
It is the only thing you've been arrested for? Okay, do you recall being arrested in Live Oak County back in March of 2018?
Oh, yes, sir. Sorry about that.
Okay, and you were arrested for 3 charges: assault, family violence, tampering with evidence, and possession of marijuana, correct?
Yes, sir. Those were dropped.
Okay, well, let's talk about it though, okay? So while the officers were talking to you in investigating that offense, one of them found some marijuana by the side of the road, and you admitted to hiding that marijuana on the side of the road. You remember that?
I really don't remember much of that night, but
Because you were heavily intoxicated, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But do you remember being told you admitted that?
Yes.
And did you do it? Did you hide that marijuana on the side of the road?
It couldn't have been because I had just came back from Mexico. I went through a border. So I couldn't have had that on me.
Well, why would you say you did?
I was drunk. I was super intoxicated. And I remember fighting with my boyfriend, and
so you were so drunk that it made you admit to conduct you didn't do.
I really don't have much to say. I really don't remember.
Okay. And so when did let's talk about the accident that led to your injuries. When did that happen?
About a year ago.
Okay. And were you driving or was somebody else driving?
I don't remember anything at
You
all.
don't remember who was driving the car?
No, sir. I woke up asking what had happened and did I hurt anybody? What was going on? I was really scared that I had hurt somebody. I didn't know what was going on. I woke up.
Okay. Was it your car?
No.
Did you learn that you were driving the car, or did you learn that somebody else was driving the car?
They said I was a passenger.
Okay. Was anybody else injured in that crash?
I don't know. I tried to read the report later on, and it just doesn't have anything. It just says that they found me in the side of the road.
Okay. And so in that report, it doesn't say who was driving the car?
No. When I got up, I asked my nurse what had happened. They said I was a passenger, and that's all they can pretty much say. And then when I read the report, it just said that that I was found on the side of the road. I really don't remember. I really don't.
Was there a car there on the side of the road, or you were just found by yourself?
It was a 5-car collision. So
okay. And so in an investigation of a 5-car collision, there was nothing about who was driving the car that you were.
Sir, after that accident, I was pretty injured. I was worried about making it out of surgery the next day. I didn't really see that paper until months later, actually.
Is there anybody in your life who could have been driving that car who was injured in the crash and told you, hey, I was driving the car?
Nope.
So you have no idea who was driving that car?
No, sir. I wish I remembered.
Okay. Were you intoxicated?
Yes, sir. Highly intoxicated. That is those words that I was drunk, and I woke up a couple of days later from surgery, and they asked me who could I call, and they looked at my next of kin, which was my mother, and nobody recalls being with me that night.
Okay. So you've told the court that you're not the person who would do this type of thing in terms of assaulting the officer, correct?
When I'm sober, I like to joke around. I'm not violent when I'm sober. Half the reasons why I've got in trouble was me being under the influence.
Okay. But you told the deputy that night, Deputy Bunch, let me tell you, sir, you don't want any problems. You don't, because believe me, I get into this all the time. Remember Deputy Bunch testifying to that?
I have a video of it, so I was able to rewatch it. Yes, I did say that, but like I said, I was really drunk.
Well, let's talk about it. You get into this all the time. If you said that, when before had you gotten into this before?
You can check my record, and I hadn't gotten to that before.
Oh, so that resisting arrest that you had deferred on, you didn't get into it with an officer that time?
I actually didn't. I kicked the window.
You kicked the window where?
At my house, and I was drunk. But it was Thanksgiving, or I was wearing, I don't remember, but I remember it was around Thanksgiving. It was in November, and we have a lot of celebrations because but I remember getting upset because I didn't do anything. It was my own stuff that I had broken. That's why I was like, no, there's no reason for me to get arrested, and that's all I can remember.
Okay, so you got arrested for resisting for kicking out your own window.
Yes.
Okay, but you didn't struggle with an officer or anything like that.
I resisted to get handcuffs on me, but I
So
didn't.
you-
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your last answer, ma'am.
I didn't want him to put handcuffs on me, so I kind of wiggled a little bit, but I didn't assault them or anything. I was just mad and didn't want to go to jail. I felt like I didn't need to go to jail. I think I was 18 years old, and I was just mad. And like I said, when I'm drunk, I don't know what I do.
Now, when you assaulted Caleb Bunch, you said you watched the video. Did you hear what you told him when you were on the ground? After you headbutted him?
No.
Do you remember saying, you stupid ass, that's what y'all fucking get for trying to get little nickels and dimes, Pendejo?
No, I didn't. That's not how I talk.
Okay, you didn't say that. So if that was in Deputy Bunch's report, he would have lied about that.
I'm not saying he's lying. I'm just saying I don't recall that. I'm trying to tell you what I remember, and I watched the video, and I haven't watched it lately, but I did watch it when I got it sent to me, and it was pretty bad. I said some words that I shouldn't have said, and I was embarrassed, to be honest.
Okay. Well, so let's talk a little bit about what you've done to correct your alcohol problem. So you said back when you were arrested for resisting arrest for Thanksgiving, you were placed on deferred for that. Did you do anything to get treatment for your alcohol issue?
At the time, no, I didn't. I had just graduated. I didn't think I had a problem until I got older and realized that I have a drinking problem.
Okay, so you had told your defense attorney, Mr. Barrera, that you did commit a violation of your probation. Do you remember what that was?
Coming out dirty.
Dirty on a UA?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now when you committed this offense for striking Deputy Bunch, it was because of alcohol. When you got out, did you do anything to correct your drinking problem?
Yes, I put myself in AA classes. I went to several counseling, paid out of pocket. I went to other classes. I can't remember, but I did try.
Okay, so what happened? Why was that not successful?
It was not successful, but I mean, I got into an accident, and then after I got into my accident is when I put myself into AA and several other classes. The only reason why I had drank one time was because I realized my grandma was getting very sick on me, and she's the woman who raised me. So, and she couldn't, I felt like I did that all to her because of her taking care of me. And I felt like I was just a burden on everybody's shoulders, and I couldn't sleep, and the medicines they were giving me were just not helping. So I just drank, and that was it. But every other time I came out clean.
Okay. But while you were on bond, though, you drank when you were in Live Oak County, right? You hid the marijuana, or you hid the marijuana, but not really, correct?
Yes, this was before my accident.
Okay. And so if alcohol makes you do violent things, then what happened at the jail? Why did you strike the deputies?
I didn't hit the deputies. I was upset, and I was saying ugly things. I'm not gonna lie, I did say some things, but I didn't threaten them. I was mad because my bond got voided for something I didn't do.
All right, Judge, I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Barrera?
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Are you employed right now, Ms. Donato?
No, sir. They don't
Go ahead.
They don't want me to even think about work anytime soon, because any job I do get will have me to elevate my leg, and they just don't want me to think about that right now because they want to make sure I'm okay first.
Are there any jobs that you're interested in that you could do without having to be on your feet?
Well, before I got into this accident, I was working for Dynamite Fasteners, which is, so it's a company that sells nothing but military equipment. I've got in touch with them, and they've actually told me that I can help them do some stuff, but I just never went forward with it. They're a small company who actually wrote letters of recommendations for me. So I had a pretty good job before I got into this accident. So they're willing to help me whether I reach out to them. It's just a matter of reaching out to them pretty much, and I can sit down. But with the medicines I take, I'm pretty much drowsy all day long. Until I get my surgery fixed for my leg, I wasn't thinking about it.
Okay, so how are you supporting yourself?
My grandparents do everything for me.
All right, Mr. Barrera, anything else for this witness?
Only closing argument, Judge.
Mr.
Judge, I have a follow-up question.
Go ahead.
Ms. Donato, you said they don't want you doing this. You keep talking about the doctors. Who are you under the care of right now?
Right now, it's under BAMC recommended me to university, and it's Dr. B, and he's the one who don't want me going under any care. I have papers from my trauma doctor, and when I say they, I had multiple surgeons, like I said, my head, my ear. So it's an ENT doctor. Then it's also my leg doctor, which is the skin graft care. So there's multiple people who I became very close with because I was hospitalized for a month. They grew to know me. I grew to have trust with them. they pretty much saved my life. So when I say they, it's the doctors, the surgeons.
So after you were released from the hospital, have you gone back to visit them, or you just done all of it over virtual?
No, I was seeing them twice a week, every week, for one for ENT surgeon, one for my leg. So I saw them pretty much every week. After
When's
that,
the last time you've seen any of your doctors?
Before COVID, which was in March, and they come to my house and they deliver all my supplies that I need, my gauze, my medicines. And when COVID was done, I was supposed to start therapy. And they haven't given me the okay yet.
So you haven't, you saying the doctors came to your house, or their nurses?
I guess the team that they work with, because there's multiple people that are under their wing. So they send, there's like 3 people who I see differently.
And when's the last time they've been in your house?
Not that long ago. It was before I actually came in here, 2 weeks before I came in here. And I actually had an appointment with them. It's like 4 or 5 different ones. I have paperwork for all of that.
Okay, that's all I have, Judge.
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
When you say that they come and they bring you medical supplies, what medical supplies are they bringing you, Stephanie?
Gauze.
Okay, so why are they bringing you gauze? What is that for?
Because my leg in the back oozes out, and they bring me like Baxitracin or something with an M, and I have to keep it moisturized because it cracks. It's a skin graft, so it's not my leg, it's skin grafts that they cut from my other leg.
And so your leg oozes, have they told you why?
Because it's rejecting my skin.
Okay. And then what is what other medical supplies are they bringing you?
It's 4 different bands. It's some mesh, it's a clear mesh, and some little square thingies that I have to put on before I put my gauze and before the mesh. So it's 3 or 4 little bands before I can actually wrap it. And recently they wanted me to get air every now and then so we could see if my skin graft or my skin will go a different way or actually accept it, but it hasn't. It's just rejecting. And then they bring me from my ear, they bring me all kinds of little ointments, and they want to do surgery on it, but take off from this side. So they bring me my medicines at the same time they're bringing that. They bring me a back brace because I messed up my back pretty bad.
Okay. And with regard to your ear, who is Dr. Matthew Ward?
He's actually the one who saved my ear on this side. Yes, he's the one that I would see every single time. When he had this, him and a team of people were suturing on my ears at the same time. He's the one who was coming every other time to my room and doing procedures on it to my left one, because my right was okay. The left one's the only one that don't have no more blood flow. So he's the one that is an ENT surgeon, I think.
Okay. And with regard to the ear, are they still trying to save the ear?
Yes. It might not be saved all the way, but they're willing to do reconstruction surgery.
And how will you know? Do you have any follow-up appointments as of this time with any of the doctors?
Yes.
What appointments do you have?
I have for the ENT, pain management.
Okay, you said you have an appointment with the ENT. What is that for?
Ears, nose, and throat for my ear.
And what are they going to do at that appointment?
They'll be able to figure out when I can get surgery. They'll actually see why it's black and dying. They want to give me steroid.
Your ear is black right now?
Yes.
And so when is that appointment?
I have it all on a paper. I can't remember off the top of my head.
And then what other appointments? So you said ENT, what other appointment do you have?
Pain management,
Okay.
therapy, and
And so what
counseling.
are they doing? What is your pain management doctor? What are they doing?
They're the ones who give me the steroids and just try to control it because I'm always in pain. If it's not my leg, it's my head hurting. If it's not my head, it's my ear. So they're just trying to control my pain.
Are you under any medications for pain?
Yes, several of them.
Which medications are you on?
Nortriptyline, tramadol. Well, I'm just gonna name all of them that I can think of. I don't know which ones are for pain or which ones are not. It's trazodone, tramadol, nortriptyline, duloxetine, oxycodone, and gabapentin.
Okay. And earlier you said that part of the reason that you haven't been able to work is because of the medications you're on. How do these medications affect you?
When I'm on those medicines, I'm always drowsy. I really, I see all kinds of things, I'm not gonna lie, and I'm just always sleepy. And I'd rather be asleep than awake while I'm going through this procedure. Like this situation, like it's just always hurting.
Okay. And some of those medications that you're on, those appear to be like narcotic type medications. Does that sound right to you?
Yes, so they're pretty heavy medications.
Okay, so you see an ENT, you see pain management. Anyone else?
I have to see the therapist to learn how to walk properly again, and for them to bend my knee properly, and then a counselor, because of me being hospitalized for a whole month was making me go crazy. I mean, I didn't have any visitors because it was a military hospital.
Okay, you were in BAMC?
Yes, sir.
Okay. With regard to, do you know why it was that they weren't seeing you during COVID?
They were working from home. I would talk to them. They gave me a number to call 24/7 when I needed help. And they would pretty much just tell me, they would tell me all kinds of things to keep myself going and be able to see them. But never did I once say, no, I don't want to see my doctor. I was just waiting for them to give me the okay. And I stayed in touch with them every single chance I got.
Okay. And rather than having you come in, you said that the doctor would send people to your house.
Sure.
Okay. And then the counselor, is this a psychologist, a psychiatrist? Who are you seeing?
I was talking to her over the phone for like an hour every other 2 weeks.
Okay. With regard to the therapy, do you have any upcoming appointments?
It's on paperwork, but yes, I know before I had court, I had 4 different appointments to see them because they were just opening back up again. And they told me just to take one person with me because it's upstairs. So I needed help.
Okay. And what's your understanding of the consequences of your skin graft being rejected on your leg? Like if that's not treated, what could happen?
Eventually it'll be amputated.
Okay. I'll pass a witness.
Mr. Thornton? You're muted.
No more questions, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
I have nothing further, Judge.
Argument?
Judge, I'll reserve for rebuttal.
Your Honor, I mean, you know, when we have these cases and we come into court, I think it's important to look at not only the circumstances then existing at the time of the offense, but also the circumstances then existing at the time of the sentencing. I mean, certainly what may be an appropriate punishment at one point in someone's life may become an unjust form of punishment at another point in that person's life. I would ask the court to consider Ms. Donato's current medical status, these things that she's going through, these appointments that she has upcoming, and the consequences that could occur if she is incarcerated. You've heard testimony that if she doesn't follow up with these treatments, if she's not getting these treatments, if her leg rejects that skin graft, she could lose her leg. And I think that to say, well, we're okay with that possibility or that contingency, just in order so that she may be incarcerated would be unjust. I would also ask the court to consider the fact that looking at her record, she's only ever pled or, the state used the term convicted, but she wasn't convicted because it was deferred adjudication. She's only ever pled on one other case, and that was a misdemeanor when she was 18 years old. It was deferred adjudication. It was terminated unsatisfactorily, but it was terminated early. I think we're in a situation where Ms. Donato, it sounds like she's had a very traumatic life. And it sounds like that, throughout most of her life, throughout most of her adult life, she was coping with that with alcohol. And in doing so, she made horrible decisions and she did terrible things. I understand what she did to Deputy Bunch, and I know that he's doing his job, and I know he, leaves to work every day hoping he's going to come home that night. And I'm sure that situation, I can only imagine, like I said, what was going through his head as that was going on. But at the same time, Judge, it's a third-degree felony. And she's never been in trouble for a felony before. The person in front of you today is not the person who is on that video saying those horrible things and doing those horrible things to Deputy Bunch. She is not the person that was in the jail that day screaming and yelling obscenities with Officer Martinez. The person that's in front of you is somebody who has now been through another traumatic, life-changing event. Only this one puts her physical well-being at issue. Her ear is dying. She has to have attention on that, or else she loses her ear. Her skin graft is being rejected. It's oozing. She has to have attention for that, or else she loses her leg. So to say that, well, she needs to be locked up and we'll let the state deal with this. I think we're putting her in her position where she could have her leg amputated. She could have her ear amputated. And I just don't know that that's justice in this situation. I do think that if the court looks at the case and we're not dealing with somebody who's been to TDC, we're not dealing with somebody who's been on felony probation, certainly not dealing with somebody who's been on felony probation and didn't complete it successfully. She has one prior misdemeanor that she got through when she was 18 years old. And now she's in front of you, a person with just this litany of physical limitations and just these long-term consequences that still need constant attention. I would ask the court to consider the fact that, Judge, you can place her on deferred, and if she violates that, she could still go to prison for up to 10 years. You could make her a convicted felon with an underlying sentence of 10 years. And if she violates that, then she can go to prison for up to 10 years. But I would ask the court to give her an opportunity to remain in the community, an opportunity to continue addressing these medical issues, And Judge, if she has that opportunity and she does not follow the court's order, then at that point, Judge, that's on her. But I think she presents herself to you in a situation that is very different than the situation that was before the court when this initially happened. I think that considering everything, Judge, I just think that, justice should involve giving her an opportunity to save her ear, save her leg, not putting her in a prison facility with all of these things that she's dealing with, which would possibly lead to an unfortunate consequence of a loss of a limb. So we are asking the court to consider community supervision and allow her to get these treatments. And if she does not abide by that, Judge, you still have the authority and the jurisdiction to mete out the punishment that the state's going to ask you for here shortly.
All right, Mr. Thornton?
Judge, Ms. Donato is somebody who we've been dealing with for quite some time. And while her case is pending, we've had a lot of ups and downs, a lot of roller coaster ride along the way. And it is everything that has occurred is a complete result of Ms. Donato's actions, failure to take responsibility for her actions, but most importantly, failure to correct her behavior that she has already testified to this court that she recognized she had and has done almost nothing to correct it. And it started when she showed her first signs of violence towards law enforcement, where she was arrested and put on probation for resisting arrest, which strangely enough, she both was released early from and terminated unsatisfactory with violations, which usually one or the other, not both, occurs. But that occurred on her first probation. She said it didn't change her behavior. She didn't attempt to get treatment for her alcohol. She continued until she came in contact with Deputy Bunch, who she resisted, struck him in the face, causing the injuries that you heard him testify to about how his tooth died, had to be discolored. He almost lost it with the procedures he had to have on his tooth. And during the course of that incident, told him that this is something she gets into all of the time. So somewhere between that time and here, unless she's boastful, she's had interactions or assaults that she's now bragging about to this officer. And then she's arrested for aggravated assault of a public servant, which should be a wake-up call that your drinking is getting you into a problem, but it's not. Since then, she tested positive while she's on bond. She was arrested for possession of marijuana and tampering with evidence in Live Oak County, where she remembers admitting to the officer that she hid the marijuana, but then says that she didn't actually do that. She lied about it because she was coming back from Mexico and drunk. That doesn't make any sense. She then got drunk, had a car accident that she doesn't remember how it occurred and can't tell us if it was her fault, not her fault, driving, not driving. She was told she was a passenger, but she wasn't told who was driving the car, and really hasn't done anything to try to figure that out, which is the first thing that I would want to know if I was in such a collision. Can't even tell the court how the accident happened. But she can tell us that she was extremely intoxicated. Now, she made some attempts to go to Alcohol Anonymous, she said, but then fell back into drinking again after that. And then really one of the most telling things is how when she was incarcerated with her sister, she wasn't drunk at all because she was in jail. And then she still said, at a minimum, said these things to the officer, violent, attacking, threats. But you heard from the deputy about the attack, the punching of the jailers that occurred that day. And so this is somebody who's come to you asking for a second chance, but hasn't taken the literal second, third, and fourth chances that she has been given to correct this behavior. She's had the opportunity for wake-up call after wake-up call. She continues not only putting her own life and limbs in danger, but putting other people in danger, in Deputy Bunch, in the detention officers, and in anybody who she's driving a car with while intoxicated. And Judge, at some point, somebody has to be responsible for their own behavior. And I do believe people should have a chance to get that corrected on probation. Judge, she's had that opportunity. And felony misdemeanor, it was probation where she was supervised, didn't change anything. And now she's been on bond for over 2 years and is still testing positive for alcohol. Has committed 2 offenses since then and is absolutely continuing her drinking behavior, and only now comes before the court trying to say that it's going to change her life when her actions speak absolutely contrary to what she's telling the court here today. So, Judge, we asked for a sentence of prison for 5 years, we believe is appropriate for her offense and for the culmination of the other offenses that she's continued to commit while she's on bond. We ask that she be sentenced to that by this court today.
All right, Mr. Thornton, have there been any new offenses she's been charged with since the automobile collision?
And Judge, it's not clear to me the date of the automobile collision, but
it looks like if the June of 2019 hearing was owned, it must have been previous to that.
right, somewhere around that time. Let me double check. Let's see. No, Your Honor, I don't see any.
All right. Anything else, sir?
Nothing from the state.
Anything else, Mr. Pereira?
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Donato. Something I underlined that you said was, I am a totally different person when I am not drinking. You might exchange that for using drugs for some people, but that's the condition with a whole lot of the folks that wind up in district court with felony charges. I think that, Mr. Barrera, I know the attorneys have heard me say before, I don't have anything real original about defendants. There's some defendants the public is mad at, and there's some defendants the public is scared of or afraid of. I think the public has good reason to be afraid if you're drinking. They have doubly good reason to be afraid if you're drinking while you're on opiates. But I know sometimes it does happen that a traumatic event will help straighten a person out or make them realize that they can't go on the way they were going. So I will find there's enough evidence to substantiate your guilt. I will place you on 8 years deferred adjudication probation with court cost. In lieu of your disability, there'll be present disability, there'll be no fine. I'll make that 120 hours of community service restitution, but that doesn't have to be served until your physical condition improves. And there may come a time that the probation office is going to demand that you certify from your positions that your physical condition is not improved, I'm going to require you within 10 days to write a letter of apology to Deputy Bunch. And I'm going to require that do you have access to a computer at your house?
No, I was using a phone, but I mean, there's a way I can get a computer
Okay. And where do you live right now?
with my grandparents.
And is that outside of Poteet?
It's in San Antonio.
In San Antonio. Okay, so you have access to buses and via transport for people who have been injured?
Yes, I got approved for a way to, well, it's Docket. It's a little bus that takes you to where you need to go inside of San Antonio.
All right, so then you would also have access to a public library in San Antonio.
Yes, sir.
I will write a bit more detail in the judgment. I'm going to require you as a condition of probation to go online, and you can find this without charge, but to go online and find and complete training in Microsoft Office so that you have taken online training in Microsoft Office, and I'll put all of it in here in Word and Excel and all the common things of Microsoft Office, so that it sounds like you're not ever going to be able to be working in a warehouse or being a waitress or something like that. You're going to need to find something that you can do sitting down and moving. What else needs to be, and I'm also going to impose not all of the DWI conditions, but I'm going to also impose an interlock condition of probation that typically is only found in a DWI subsequent offense or DWI assault case. What an interlock means is that you'll have to have a device on any motor vehicle that you operate that does not allow you to operate it if you have any detectable amount of alcohol in your system. And again, without prejudging anything, I just want to reiterate that I'm hopeful that if you're sober and you're not drinking, that society doesn't have a reason to fear you. I'm pretty confident that if you're drinking, and especially drinking on opiates, that society has a lot of reasons to be concerned and even fearful about you. I want to say a few other things about deferred adjudication probation. I don't know if Judge Ellison went over that with you. I assume he did, but that's been quite a while back and you've had a lot of things go on. What it means for deferred adjudication probation is that I found there's enough evidence to say that you are guilty, but I have not done so. Instead, you will be on 8 years deferred adjudication probation. If you complete that successfully, the case against you will be dismissed and you'll have no conviction. And it's possible you would be able to get an order of non-disclosure to keep the state from telling anyone other than law enforcement that you were even arrested. The flip side of deferred adjudication probation is that if the state thinks that you're breaking the rules, then they can file some papers with the court and you could be arrested and brought back to court and there would be a hearing just on that. Did you break the rules? And if the answer turns out to be yes, then you would be facing any legal sentence for a third-degree felony, which is anywhere from 2 to 10 years confinement and a fine up to $10,000. So if you keep on the straight and narrow, you're looking at having no conviction and you would not lose your voting rights and other civil rights or legal rights. But if you're not following the rules, then you're looking at the possibility of being confined for twice as long as the period that Mr. Thornton just asked for. Another thing I want to tell you about deferred adjudication is that the court cost and the monthly supervision fees must be paid. I'm not saying you don't have to make those payments, but that if the only thing that you're not doing is that you're not making those payments on time, you're not going to be brought back to court and adjudicated guilty just for that. If it turns out that you're 100% disabled and you just can't make any money and you don't have any other money, you may not be required to make them at all, but at a minimum, you would be given a chance to make larger payments towards the end of the 8 years, or if absolutely necessary, you might even be extended for some period of time during that 8 years. So what I want to make sure that doesn't happen is that you don't have a month that you can't make a payment and you fail to report to your probation officer just because you don't want to make a payment. So do you understand that?
Sir.
All right. The other thing I want to talk to you about is there will be a probation officer in Bear County, and you'll be supervised, I expect, in Bear County. You will have to have family or friends or take the via and get to downtown. They still report just in downtown San Antonio? Is that still right down by the courthouse, or they moved it all over?
No, no, Your Honor. They have field offices throughout
okay.
the city. That's my understanding.
Okay, well, you will have to report to a probation officer in Bear County, and you'll have to show proof of your Microsoft Office classes and things like that to that probation officer. But there will also be a probation officer in Atascosa County, and that probation officer is the one who will decide whether or not to send a letter to the district attorney's office reporting that you're not following the rules. If you were right in Jourdanton, if you were living 1 block from the probation office in Jourdanton, which is where your probation officer will be, they could check up on you at work. They could go and see if your trash can is full of beer bottles on trash day. They could do a lot to check up on you if they're concerned. They don't have the ability. They're not going to be driving up to San Antonio to check up on you. If they're getting emails from the Bear County probation officer that says you're not following the rules, they're just going to send that on to the district attorney's office. All right, so do you have any questions about any of that, ma'am?
No, sir.
The only question I would ask the court is, Your Honor, I know typically when an ignition interlock device is ordered by the court, the way probation handles that is they give the defendant 30 days to provide proof that that device has been installed on a vehicle. Ms. Donato cannot drive because of her physical condition. So given that, if we submit an affidavit of non-driving,
that's fine. I just want to make sure that it's crystal clear that whether it's a motorcycle or something that's been equipped for a person who only has one leg that they can use, that she's not to be driving without an interlock.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Deputy Bunch, did you want to say anything this morning for additional?
I just wanted to tell Stephanie that I hope she's able to take this and better herself.
I think we all do. All right, we'll be in recess for a few minutes and we'll come back and I'll go over the docket, and we need to get a thumbprint, and we'll look at the judgment, and I'll put some language in there about Microsoft Office classes.
Judge, before we go, can I make sure I got everything right to tell me on the judgment? And
no, I need to step away for a minute. I'll be back.
Okay.
Brad, I have my notes that I took while he was talking. If there was anything you wanted to go over.
I got letter of apology, 10 days, training in Microsoft Office, 120 CSR, interlock, and well, I was going to request anger management before he left.
The letter of apology, 8 years deferred, court costs, no fine, 120 hours of community service, not to be served until the doctors say her physical condition has improved, ignition interlock, the training in the Microsoft Office. That's all I have. Adriana.
Yes.
Is that right about the probation? They have, I think in Bear County, don't they have little field offices for probation? I thought they did.
I didn't know that.
Well, maybe I made that up.
They're down, I mean, I know they're downtown. They moved away from the courthouse.
Okay, I thought people could
They
report
moved,
to other offices, but I may be thinking of parole. I don't know.
They have, their offices moved to the west of 35. The judge is thinking about when they were right close to the courthouse. They're not close.
Right.
They bus the probation officers in every morning.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, they shuttled them in. Mhm.
Okay.
Whether they expand it, I don't know. That's why I didn't jump in.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure, but I thought they had offices in various parts of town, but I could be thinking of something else. And according to Eddie Adams, who claims to be an expert on these matters, yes, there are different offices.
Okay, good.
Okay, I'm back. Did you still have questions, Mr. Thornton?
Mr. Barrera and I went over our notes. I think we got it, but I was going to say letter of apology within 10 days, Microsoft Office, 8 years deferred, 20 CSR, interlock, and no fine is what we had.
Yes, and I'll put something in there on the Microsoft.
And I was going to ask the court to consider anger management as well.
Yes, I'll a misdemeanor level one, but yes.
Is there a difference?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, and Ms. Donato, can you unmute your computer? Your probation officer would probably discuss this with you, but I just want to make sure you're clear. If you have a valid current prescription for opiates or painkillers that are controlled substances, you're of course allowed to use those. But your probation requires that you not take any opiates or prescription medications unless you have a valid current prescription. So you need to make sure that you keep your probation officer informed about what you're taking so that if you'll be tested on some occasions, certainly, and if you show up positive, make sure that your probation officer already knows that you're going to be positive for certain opiates or whatever it is. And also make certain that when I say a valid current prescription, don't go digging around in a drawer and find something that you had, a year before and say, oh, this was some good stuff and I'm in pain, and take that, and then you get tested 2 days later and there's something that you don't have a current prescription for, but you're testing positive for, all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And we have another plea in just a moment. Is that correct on is it Torres?
Yes, Judge. Fortino Torres is an inmate and plea paperwork should be at your disposal.
Okay. All right. And let's go over these admonitions on Donato. I guess this really was sort of a plea bargain in that because the state is taking into account the other case and the certification to the Court of Appeals needs to be that this is a plea bargain and that she's waived the right to appeal.
Yes, Your Honor, and the state did agree to reduce the offense from a first-degree felony to a third-degree felony as part of the plea bargain, Judge.
Okay.
So we did have a different range of punishment.
All right. Okay. All right, Ms. Donato, so you understand that you've received the full benefit of the plea bargain you have with the state and that you will not be allowed to appeal this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then I'll find that you made your post-trial waivers of right knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, and I will certify to the Court of Appeals that you've waived the right to appeal as part of a plea bargain and that you may not appeal this matter. Let me make sure I've signed everywhere and I'll post this back. Mr. Torres in custody?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so are we finished with Ms. Donato?
From the defense, yes, Your Honor.
All right, I know we still need a thumbprint, but okay then. All right, if we could get Mr. Torres in the
Yes, Judge.
Zoom room, I would appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I've been in contact with the probation department and Mr. Gregory Reyes is at the probation department ready to sign for his pretrial diversion. I believe him and Mr. King Dawes need to be put in a breakout room.
Okay, which probation?
It's the Atascosa CO and then it's CSCD.
Okay, I've given you breakout room 9.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, calling State versus Fortino Torres. Are both sides ready?
State's ready.
Defense is ready, Judge.
Are you Fortino Torres?
Yes, sir.
Is that your true and correct name?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Torres, can you speak, read, and write the English language?
Yes, sir.
And are you a United States citizen?
Yes, sir.
All right, despite your representation that you are a United States citizen, I need to caution you, but if that is not true, any plea of guilty by you or finding of guilt by me could result in your deportation or exclusion from this country and a denial of naturalization benefits.
I understand.
Okay. All right. So do you still wish to enter a plea today?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any history of mental health problems or mental illness?
No.
All right. Counsel, do you believe your client's competent to stand trial?
Yes, Judge.
All right, give me just a second. All right, sir, you stand charged by indictment with third-degree felony offense of injury to a child. Specifically, it's alleged that in Atascosa County, on or about March 15th, 2019, that you intentionally or knowingly caused bodily injury to JAT, hereinafter styled complainant, a child 14 years of age or younger, by striking the complainant with a hand. That alleges a third-degree felony, which is punishable by confinement for not less than 2 and not more than 10 years, and by a fine not to exceed $10,000. So do you understand what you're charged with and what the range of punishment is?
I understand.
All right. Do you understand, sir, that the plea bargain agreement you have with the state is not binding on me, meaning I do not have to follow it, but if I decide not to follow it, I will allow you to withdraw your plea?
I understand.
If I do follow the plea bargain, however, and the sentence I impose is not harder on you than what you've agreed to, do you also understand that you will not be able to appeal this matter?
I understand.
All right. I want to show you some documents that appear to have your signature. They're titled Admonition to the Defendant, Plea to the Court. Let me ask you on paragraph 2.11, is this your signature?
Yes, sir.
And also where it says verification?
Yes, sir.
And do you swear or affirm that everything that appears above where it says verification is true and correct?
Correct.
Did you also sign on the certification of appeal?
Yes, sir.
Agreed punishment?
Yes, sir.
Waiver of preservation of evidence?
Yes, sir.
And the discovery compliance certificate?
Yes, sir.
Did you read these documents yourself or did Mr. Adams read them to you?
You read it to me.
Did you understand these documents before you signed them?
I did.
All right. And are you satisfied with the work that Mr. Adams has done for you?
Yes.
Right. Counsel, do you believe your client understands the nature of the rights he's giving up, the stipulations of evidence he's making, and the consequences of his plea bargain?
Yes, Judge.
And do you also believe you've received all the discovery you're entitled to?
Yes.
Okay, I will accept the discovery compliance certificate and I will find that the defendant made his waivers of right and stipulations of evidence knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, and I will approve them. And I'll ask you, sir, to the allegation in the indictment, third-degree felony of injury to a child, do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Has anyone promised you anything other than your plea bargain with the state to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Has anyone harmed or threatened you or anyone close to you for your plea?
No.
Has anyone promised you an early release from your sentence?
No.
All right, I'll find that you made your plea voluntarily and you're not under any compulsion in making it, and I'll accept it. I'll ask what evidence the state has.
Mr. Honor, state offers Exhibit 1, Attachment A.
No objections.
All right, without objection, State's Exhibit 1 and its Attachment A are admitted into evidence. Do both sides rest and close at this stage?
State does, Your Honor.
Defense does.
Give me a chance to look at the report. All right, I'll find there's enough evidence to substantiate the defendant's guilt. Are both sides ready for sentencing?
State's ready, Your Honor.
Defense is ready, Judge.
Okay. And is there a pre-sentence investigation?
There is not.
No, we waive that, Judge.
Okay, all right. What is the plea bargain in this case?
Your Honor, the underlying term is 4 years to be probated for 4 years, regular community supervision, anger management, court costs of $315, 200 hours of community service, an education, drug and alcohol evaluation and follow recommendations, family violence center fee of $100.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to slow down. Your voice is breaking up, or your transmission is breaking up, rather.
Okay. 200 hours of community service, education, drug and alcohol evaluation, and to follow its recommendations. Family violence center fee of $100. Parenting classes, a monthly probation fee of $60. No harmful or injurious contact with Justin Torres, Joe Anthony Torres, Fortino Torres Jr., and Natalie Torres. I had included a PSI fee of $25, but since there is no PSI, then that will be removed. That needs to be removed from the judgment.
Okay. All right, sir, you heard what was read in the record by the state's attorney. Is that your agreement with the state?
Yes, sir.
Did the state's attorney add anything or leave anything out?
No.
Okay, how long have you been in custody?
5 months.
And how did you come to be back into custody?
They went in, after 16 months, they went and served a warrant out of nowhere.
Okay, so were you, all right, so you were indicted, it looks like in May of this year, and you're saying that you've been in custody since then?
Yes.
Okay. And are you going to be, when you're released, going back to live with the children again?
That is my house.
Okay, is that a yes?
Yes.
And what is your understanding of what no injurious contact means?
So I cannot be around my kids?
No, sir. The state's attorney just said that your part of the agreement is no injurious contact between you and the children. And I want to know what your understanding is of that.
Well, my lawyer said to me that
Okay. And just tell me what your understanding is.
I don't know definition, please.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to give you that, sir. I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Adams so you can speak with him just for a moment, because I need to make sure that you understand without me giving you definitions, because if that's something you've agreed to, you need to have understood it. So I'm going to move the jail to breakout room 13. I'll put Mr. Adams in there.
Thank you, Judge.
Do we want to start going over the docket?
Yes, Your Honor.
All
Judge
right.
Wilson,
Yes.
I don't know if, Kenny, did you need Mr. Nitz or anything?
Yes, we do. And so I was going to announce on those cases whenever.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Stephanie Donato, final judgment. I don't have it. Okay, Jamie Lee Hawkins, did he ever appear?
He has not, Your Honor. And that's one of Mr. Nitz's cases. This was originally a monitor ISF, but I've talked to probation. He has not shown up.
He's not here, Your Honor.
And I've contacted him and received no response.
All right, nice eye. Stephanie Donato, there's going to be a dismissal submitted, I assume, with the judgment. Jesse Coronado, what did we do with him?
I believe Mr. Barrera was supposed to request a reset date 30 days out.
Okay, he may have it.
12-2.
12/2.
Okay, I got kicked off at one point, remember, and I can't go back and look at my old chat right now. It's downloaded, but I don't have it in front of me. All right, and Mr. Torres, did they ever move you to the breakout room with Mr. Adams?
Yes, Judge, I just spoke with him.
Okay, all right. So let's go back on the record. Mr. What is your understanding of what you're promising, what you promised, no injurious contact?
Not hitting my children with excessive force.
Nothing that would injure them?
Yes.
All right. Anything else from either side?
Nothing from the defense, Judge.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Okay, I will find I have enough evidence to make a reasonable decision in this case without a pre-sentence investigation. The plea bargain, I will find Mr. Torres guilty of a third-degree felony. And actually, did he plead guilty or no contest?
Guilty.
All right, I'll make that change too. I'll sentence him to 4 years confinement, but suspend that for 4 years with all the rest of the terms and conditions of his plea bargain agreement with the state. You understand, sir, that because I followed the plea bargain agreement that you have worked out with the state, that you waive the right to appeal and you may not appeal? All right, Mr. Torres, do you understand that because I have followed the plea bargain and I've done what you and the state agreed was going to happen, that you may not appeal this case?
I understand.
Okay, I'll find that you made your post-trial waivers knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, and I will approve them. And I will certify to the Court of Appeals that you have waived the right to appeal and you may not appeal. I wish you good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Maybe excused.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I just want to add to let him know to report to the probation office once he's released.
Okay. Did you understand that, Mr. Torres?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you know where it's at?
Yes.
Okay, all right. That concludes this matter on your case. Good luck, sir.
And Your Honor, I emailed you the judgment and I removed the $25 PSI.
Okay, I've already edited this one.
Oh, okay.
Okay, all right. So let me go ahead and I'll sign this and I'll post it back. Actually, let me just sign it without a digital signature because you can't add the fingerprints if you have a digital signature. All right, let's see. All right, Natasha Perez, nice eye. Sorry, it's page 1.
Yes, Your Honor, nice eye.
Christopher Guzman, 1214 Monitor Rehab. Mario Quintanilla, do we still need a hearing on that, Mr. Gear?
Judge, yes, we do. It's a motion to reduce bond. My issue is I have to leave at 1 because I have to see my cardiologist. And it's a pretty necessary meeting or doctor's appointment. Can we move him to the 12th if Mr. Lamb will not object?
Would the 9th be available for you, Mr. Gear?
I can't do the 9th.
Then, Your Honor, I can do the 12th.
All right, 11-12 bond reduction.
Thanks, Judge. Got to get my heart in right condition.
I understand. Gregory Reyes, no, nice eye.
Your Honor, he's actually the one that's at probation. Mr. King
He
Dawes,
showed up.
and I believe Mr. King Dawes has spoken to him.
Yes, and he has signed the agreement. I explained it to him. So if we need to put it on the record, then we can do that. Or
All right, is this what agreement?
It's a pretrial diversion agreement, Your Honor. Ms. Tristan
No.
should have the paperwork.
All right, I'll just put PTD for how long?
It was a 12-month, Your Honor, and I do have the paperwork. He signed it.
Okay, excellent. All right. Cole Peters, nice eye.
Yes, Your Honor.
Cruz,
Reset to 217.
all right, and on Coronado, let's see, what day did he get? It was
12-2.
12-2, okay. All right, Bravo.
I don't have that date. I think I was outside of the room whenever that happened.
All right, let me
He
see.
did a waiver of arraignment for January 13th.
January 13th, okay.
Coronado was 12-2, Judge?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Hall, nice eye.
Yes, Your Honor.
Van Natter, 11-12.
that's correct, Your Honor.
Segundo, nice eye.
Yes, Your Honor.
Olvera, 11-12. Alfredo Cabanas is the attorney. Cabanas. Bell, nice eye.
Yes, Your Honor.
Arwejo, nice eye. Gonzalez, 11-12. Shannon Locke. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. On the add-ons, Jacob Zamora.
That is the motion with Mr. Nitz.
Okay. All right, Mr. Nitz.
Your Honor, I wasn't given notice of this hearing.
Sorry.
I got told about it this morning.
Your Honor, the motion filed Friday. It's been e-filed. There was record of that. And I believe the court coordinator also sent him a notice on Friday.
Did not.
All right, Ms. Poppy, do you know if a notice went out to Mr. Nitz?
I don't believe I did send anything other than the Zoom link.
And Mr. Hawkins was on the docket, so I received the notice from Mr. Hawkins, but not from Mr.
All right. Mr. Lamb, when you e-filed, was it just a filing or did it have a notice of setting too?
I can double check, Your Honor.
It was just the filing. I checked.
I believe it was the notice of filing, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so 11-9.
Yes, Your Honor.
I have a plea in juvenile court, but I can come after that. That should be fine.
No problem. Roche, 11-12. Peacock, 11-9. Torres, final judgment. All right, is that everything on the criminal side?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, then everybody on the criminal side's released. Well, Shay, I don't know if you got the word. We have a 1 o'clock hearing on this.
I did.
Have we heard anything from those folks?
I have not, sir.
Okay, well,
It's set at 1.
it's set for 1. I will just turn my speaker, pardon me, my microphone and camera off. Open back up at 1 o'clock.
Judge, I will email you the judgment. I'm sending you the certification of appeal on Donato as well, and then the dismissal for the other case.
Okay.
That seems to be all.
I think I already signed the certification of appeal.
Oh, you did?
From the Lynn's waivers, yes. The one.
Oh, okay. Okay, then I'll just send you the dismissal and the judgment. I'll send you the judgment in Word format so you can phrase that other the way you want.
Thank you.
Other than that, may I be excused?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. May I be excused?
Yes, ma'am. Everyone's excused except Lachey and Jennifer Pop.
Thank you. You have a good afternoon.
Jennifer, I guess you could actually switch out with Lori if you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if she'll go to lunch now so that I can get off in an hour and go to lunch. So I'm gonna talk with her.
Okay. I don't expect that this will take more than about 30 seconds, the hearing. I've been wrong before.
Judge, I'm gonna go get something to eat real quick.
Oh, yes. I didn't turn my stuff off. Yes, I'll see you at 1.
Hey, Austin, how's it going, man?
Good, Steven. Thanks for asking. How are you?
Good, man. I see you shaved the beard.
Yeah.
Thought it was no shave November.
I don't know why I did. It just kind of happened.
No worries, man.
I woke up nervous about the election today, so maybe that was it.
I hear you, man. I've got buckets of anxiety. I'm hoping to. I got to wrap this up, and then I got to prep a client for a depot, and then I'm gonna head home just to get it over with. It's like a Band-Aid, you know.
I'm viscerally nervous.
Yeah.
Like I'm nervous. Either way.
Yeah. I just hope it's calm. You know, they're seeing all this stuff on the news about boarding up windows downtown here in San Antonio, and it's like, come on, you know, don't be sore losers. One way or the other is what it is.
Yeah, we're in the sticks out here, so we're a long way from anything. Yeah, well, I hope y'all are safe. That would be.
Yeah, you too, man.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, I don't see Lachey. Let's give her just a moment. Calling Juan Ferdinand versus Salinas Construction et al. This is on a motion for continuance filed by the plaintiff, I believe. Are both sides ready?
Yes, Judge.
Ready.
Let me ask, did the attorneys have a chance to review the plan, the addendum for jury trials in Atascosa County?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Judge.
Let me ask, is the plaintiff still asking for a continuance?
Yes, Judge. Mr. Ferdinand, he's diabetic and requires medical treatment for dialysis 3 times a week. And in addition to the growing concerns over COVID and the rising number of cases and percentages, we would just ask that continuance be granted out of an abundance of caution to make sure that someone like Mr. Ferdinand, who is in the high percentage of people to be strongly affected by COVID, that we ask this continuance be granted. I've also conferred with Mr. Shell, and we've agreed, and I think entered a agreed docket control order, which resets the trial for April, I believe, of next year.
All right, are you expecting that anything will be different in April of next year?
Sure. I think that the vaccine will come out. I think the numbers will go down. I think the risks will be less likely to impact Mr. Ferdinand by then. And hopefully we won't even have to have concerns over limited jury trial settings or take steps by then.
Judge, if I may be heard whenever you're ready.
Yes, go ahead.
I've been following cases around Texas to see how courts have been proceeding with jury trials. The few that I have seen, unfortunately, there have been a few that resulted in mistrials. There was one case even where a juror contracted COVID himself. And it's an expensive case to defend from a financial perspective for my client. We don't want to get halfway through to a jury trial, then have to do it again next year. It would cost my client a lot of money. And so we're comfortable with the continuance. We're not opposing that, subject to the court granting our DCO. I've communicated this to opposing counsel. And so I'm comfortable resetting it, Judge. I share your concerns about what's going to be different next year, hopefully a lot. But I don't want to put Mr. Sachs in a position where I take advantage of his client's medical condition. That's not my intent. And so I'm comfortable resetting if the court will have it.
Okay, I mean, I'm not going to force him to go to trial at this time due to his medical conditions. Eventually, I mean, it has to be done sometime. All right, so what days do you have for docket call and jury selection? Or okay. If someone has the scheduling order, if you can post it to me in chat, hopefully I can sign it.
I filed it yesterday, Judge, as an exhibit to my motion to enter a DCO. And then after that, or perhaps passing in the ether, Mr. Sachs has agreed to it. So it should be.
Okay, well, that's fine. If it's not in my, it was not in my queue. Pardon me. This morning when I looked, but it may be by now. So I will just put reset on request on my note for the disposition today and DCO to follow.
And Mr. If I may, Judge, just to confirm, Mr. Sachs, you're comfortable with the DCO I've provided to you?
Yeah, I think we signed off on it and sent it back, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, then court is adjourned. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Judge.
Anything else from us, Judge, or maybe we'll be excused?
No, you're excused. Have a good day.
Yes, sir.
All right, Chris, I'm going to be sending you in about 30 seconds, I hope, the dismissal and the judgment in Donato.
Okay. Did you need me to wait through chat or you're gonna
No,
just
I did.
email?
Stephen and Brad are already gone, so I'm going to email it to them anyway. So I'll just go ahead and add you to that.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. We'll see you all in the morning.
Yes, sir.